close your eyes and let everything fall away. The screen dissolves, the room softens, and the noise that followed you through the day begins to thin like mist. Whatever you were carrying in your mind, whatever task or worry still lingers, it can wait here at the edge of sleep. The ceiling above you is gone because the walls have opened into a darkness without edges. In their place, an ancient sky has appeared, untouched by any city light you have ever known. You are standing in the open desert, where the sun disappeared hours ago beneath the western horizon. All that remains is a faint amber stain along the lowest edge of the sky, thinning by the moment. Then that last trace of warmth vanishes, and the cold arrives, pressing against your skin like a hand made of glass. You feel it first on your cheeks, then across your fingertips, then deep inside your chest with every breath. The air is so dry that it tastes faintly of dust and stone when it passes across your tongue. But you are not afraid, because you are dressed for this night and for this ancient, wind-swept road. Heavy wool falls past your knees in a long coat lined with soft felted cotton pressed gently against your body. A wide scarf wound 3 times around your neck carries the faint scent of wood smoke and dried lavender. You pull the scarf higher, over your chin and across your lips, until your breath warms the cloth in a quiet pocket of heat. Beneath your boots, the sand is firm, packed tight by centuries of footsteps along this very trail. Each step lands with a soft, rhythmic compression, the sound of packed earth giving slightly under the weight of your body. Left foot settles, right foot follows, and the pattern repeats itself until it becomes as steady as a pulse. Beside you, close enough to touch, a camel moves with enormous, deliberate patience through the dark. Its shoulder rises well above your head, and each of its steps lands with a muffled heaviness, like a broad palm pressing into flour. The animal's breath comes in slow, deep pulls that you can hear clearly in the silence around you. Hung across its back, bundles wrapped in oiled canvas sway gently with every stride. Left and then right and then left again. Leather straps holding those bundles creak with a soft, patient sound, the kind of quiet groaning that old wood makes in a still house. Behind this camel there is another, and behind that one another, stretching the line deeper into the darkness. You do not need to turn around, because you can feel the caravan behind you, like a long, breathing presence in the night. Perhaps 40 camels, perhaps 50, their footsteps blending into a single rolling murmur across the sand. That sound is distant and continuous, like rain falling softly on a clay roof heard from inside a warm room. No one in the caravan speaks, because the desert at night asks for silence, and the travelers understand this deeply. Ahead of you, a man walks with the certainty of someone who has crossed this land many times before. His outline is dark against the stars, with broad shoulders beneath a heavy cloak and linen wound around his head. His pace does not change, because he knows every dune and dried riverbed along this ancient route. You follow him, the camels follow you, and the desert holds all of you gently in its vast, open hand. Now tilt your head back slowly and look up at what waits above you in the clear, freezing air. The stars are so numerous that the darkness between them seems like the exception rather than the rule. They burn with a steady, fierce brightness, white and blue and faintly gold, filling every corner of the visible sky. The Milky Way stretches across the center of the heavens, not as a faint suggestion, but as a wide, luminous river of light. You have never seen anything so bright above you, and yet the sky makes no sound at all. The silence is so complete that your own heartbeat rises to become the loudest thing in the world around you. You breathe in, drawing cold air laced with the faintest trace of juniper and sand into your lungs. Then you breathe out slowly, and the warmth leaves your body and vanishes into the dark above the trail. The caravan moves on, as it has always moved on, because for 1,000 years, lines like this one have traced this path. Merchants and monks, soldiers and scholars, carrying silk and spice and stories across the spine of the world. You are one of them now, and your feet have found the grooves worn into the ground by those who came before. There is nothing to solve tonight, nothing to answer, nothing that requires your attention beyond the walking and the breathing. Ahead, somewhere past the next ridge, a caravanserai waits with stone walls and a fire and hot tea brewed with salt. But that is for later, because right now there is only the rhythm of your boots on the ancient, packed sand beneath you. The stars turn slowly overhead, and the silk road stretches on into the deep, quiet, and endless night. Something is changing along the far edge of the horizon, where the black sky has softened into a bruised, deep blue that only appears just before dawn. The man at the front raises one hand without turning, and the long procession begins to slow as every camel shifts its weight and settles into stillness. He is pointing toward a low ridge where thick walls of packed mud press against the desert floor in the same pale clay color as the land. A wide gate stands open at the center, and above it a clay lantern holds a trembling flame against the fading dark. This is a caravanserai, a shelter that has stood along these trails for over 1,000 years to offer rest to anyone from the freezing dark. If you reached the gate, you were welcome regardless of origin or faith, and that was the oldest law of this road. You follow the last camel through the gate, stepping onto paving stones worn smooth by centuries of passage, and the wind vanishes entirely. The courtyard is wide and perfectly still, with arched doorways along its edges leading into shadowed rooms behind heavy curtains. Near the center of the courtyard, a fire burns inside a shallow pit lined with blackened stones and fed with pale, twisted desert scrub. You walk toward it without deciding to, drawn forward by something far older than conscious thought or intention. The heat reaches your face before you arrive, pressing against your frozen skin like the palm of a gentle, familiar hand. It spreads across your chest and down your arms, and something you did not know you were carrying begins to release from your shoulders. The tension falls away slowly, the way snow slides from a warm roof when the morning sun finally finds it. You sit on a low wooden bench beside the fire, its surface polished smooth by years of travelers resting in this exact spot. Then you pull your gloves off one finger at a time and hold your bare, pale hands toward the open flames. The warmth enters through your palms and travels inward, filling your fingers the way warm water fills a glass from the very bottom. It reaches your knuckles, then your wrists, then sinks deeper into the fine, tired bones hidden beneath your skin. You close your eyes, because nothing is required of you now except to sit here and breathe and let the fire work. The air inside these walls is rich, carrying the dry sweetness of burning scrub layered over the warm musk of damp wool. Threaded through those scents, arriving faintly from somewhere deeper in the courtyard, is the unmistakable fragrance of cardamom. It is warm and sharp, the kind of smell that seems to carry its own quiet color somewhere between amber and gold. When you open your eyes, an older man is crouching near the fire with a blackened copper pot held above the flames. His face is deeply lined from years of wind, and the pot in his hand looks worn from what must be 1,000 uses. He does not look up, because this ritual requires no introduction between the one who gives and the one who receives. Dark, curled leaves drop into the trembling water and slowly unfurl in the heat, like small fingers carefully opening. Cracked cardamom seeds follow, then a pinch of gray salt from a leather pouch, and then he waits for the heat to finish. He pours the tea into a wide clay bowl and offers it with nothing more than a nod and a steady gaze. You wrap both hands around the warm clay, and the heat floods through your palms as the steam rises to touch your cheeks and eyelids. When you drink, the taste is savory and deep, because the salt has transformed the bitterness into something far richer and older. Across the courtyard, through the warm blur of your half-closed eyes, two men are carefully unwrapping one of the larger bundles. The oiled canvas falls away, then a layer of rough cotton, and then something catches the firelight in a way nothing else does. A fabric spills over the edge, moving in slow, liquid folds that shift from deep plum to violet as they drape across the merchant's arm. Where the light grazes its thinnest edge, the color turns to something almost silver, and you cannot look away from it. This is silk, though the word means nothing until you see it move like water and catch light like something almost alive. The nearest merchant notices your gaze and holds out a narrow strip, no wider than your finger, across the firelit space between you. You press it between your fingers and feel almost nothing, which is exactly what startles you about the touch of it. The smoothness is so complete that it seems to exist beyond what your skin was ever designed to properly sense or understand. The strip rests in your open palm, weighing less than a breath, while the fire murmurs beside you and the courtyard settles into quiet. Dawn is filling the gate in a long, warm shape, but inside these ancient walls, everything remains gentle and slow. The heat of the day has arrived outside, pressing against the walls like something alive that wants to be let inside. But it cannot reach you here, because the mud and straw of this room are nearly 2 feet thick on every side. You are lying on a low platform in one of the rooms off the courtyard, where the air is cool and dim and perfectly still. The walls hold the cold of the previous night inside their clay, releasing it slowly the way a river stone releases the chill of deep water. A shaft of afternoon light enters through a narrow opening high on the wall and falls across the stone floor at a steep angle. Tiny particles of dust turn slowly inside that beam, suspended and weightless, as though gravity has quietly decided to forget about them. Beneath you, layered felt blankets carry the faint scent of lanolin and clean dust, and your body has softened into them completely. Your shoulders have released whatever tension remained from the long night of walking, and your breathing has become slow and even and deep. The curtain shifts, and the older man from the fire steps inside carrying a small cloth bundle carefully in both hands. He sits on the stone floor near the foot of your platform with the ease of someone who has sat this way his whole life. After a moment, he unwraps the bundle, and resting on the cloth like a pale jewel is a cocoon no larger than your thumb's first joint. He holds it out to you, and you take it into your open palm, where it weighs less than a breath against your skin. When you bring it close, you see that the surface is made entirely of thread, one single continuous strand wound around itself in patient loops. Layer over careful layer, it forms a texture finer than any linen you have ever touched or seen with your own eyes. He begins to speak in a low, unhurried voice that blends with the stillness the way smoke blends with perfectly calm air. He tells you about a creature no longer than your smallest finger, pale and soft and almost translucent, the color of fresh cream. From the moment it hatches, smaller than a grain of rice, this caterpillar does only one thing with its brief, quiet life. It eats the leaves of the mulberry tree, and only mulberry, because nothing else will satisfy its ancient and particular hunger. He pauses and tells you to imagine the smell of those leaves, broad and soft, carrying a faint green sweetness like cut grass after rain. In the silk farms of ancient China, 10,000 caterpillars feeding on mulberry filled entire rooms with a continuous, peaceful rustling sound. After roughly 4 weeks of ceaseless eating, the caterpillar grows to nearly 70 times its original size, and then stops completely. Its body has filled with a thick, clear protein inside 2 long glands that run the entire length of its small, soft form. Without any signal, it lifts its head and begins tracing a slow figure 8 in the air with a patience beyond understanding. From a small opening below its mouth, a single thread emerges, liquid at first, but hardening the instant it touches the open air around it. For 3 days and 3 nights, the creature wraps itself in its own thread, layer after layer, each pass slightly tighter than the last. When the cocoon is finished, that single unbroken filament, if you carefully unwound it, would stretch for nearly an entire mile. You turn the cocoon slowly in your hand and think about the distance held inside something the size of a small, pale pebble. A mile of thread, spun without rest from the body of a creature you could balance on the tip of your smallest finger. The old man tells you that China guarded this secret for 3,000 years with a penalty that allowed no mercy or appeal. Smuggling silkworm eggs or mulberry seeds beyond the empire's borders meant death, because silk was far more than a beautiful fabric to the state. It was currency and diplomacy and power, a language that emperors spoke to other emperors across vast distances of conquered land. Soldiers received payment in bolts of silk instead of coin, and treaties between rival kingdoms were sealed with gifts of this impossible cloth. The Western world was desperate to learn the secret, but believed for centuries that silk grew on some kind of miraculous tree. The Romans imagined it was combed from enchanted leaves in a distant forest, never suspecting that it came from a soft, blind worm. He lets that thought settle in the quiet room, where the shaft of light has moved slightly across the floor since he began. Then he tells you one final story, the oldest one of all, about an empress who lived 5,000 years ago. Her name was Leizu, wife of the Yellow Emperor, and on a drowsy afternoon she sat beneath a mulberry tree in the palace garden. She held a cup of hot tea when a cocoon fell silently from a branch above and dropped into the dark, steaming water. She watched it float and turn slowly, and as the heat softened the cocoon, a single luminous thread separated from its surface. It drifted in the tea like a strand of captured moonlight, and Lezu reached in and pinched the end between her careful fingers. She pulled, and the thread did not break, so she pulled more, winding the shining filament slowly around her finger beneath the tree. In that small, quiet gesture on a warm afternoon, an entire civilization's future was changed by one woman and one cup of tea. The old man falls silent, and the room holds its stillness around both of you like water cradling the shape of a vessel. You look at the cocoon in your palm, this tiny thing containing a mile of thread and 3,000 years of carefully guarded secrets. He rises, gathers his cloth, and tells you at the curtain that tonight the caravan moves again beneath the open sky. When the stars return, he says, there will be another lesson, one written not in thread, but in ancient, slowly turning light. The room is yours again, cool and dim, and the cocoon rests in your closed hand as your breathing deepens towards sleep. Somewhere far away, in a place between memory and dream, you can almost smell the mulberry leaves, green and soft and faintly sweet. You wake to a hand on your shoulder, and when you open your eyes, the room is dark and the sky in the narrow window is deep blue. In the courtyard, men are already loading the camels, their hands working by feel and memory in the near darkness without hesitation. You pull the heavy coat around your shoulders and wind the scarf around your neck before stepping into the open courtyard outside. The cold meets you immediately, deeper than last night. The kind that tightens the skin across your forehead and enters through your eyes. Each breath burns faintly at the very back of your throat, and the air tastes of nothing but clean stone and vast open distance. The camels file through the gate, and you fall into your place in the line as the caravanserai shrinks behind you into nothing. The desert opens again, wide and black, and the rhythm of walking returns to your legs without any effort or conscious thought. The camel beside you breathes in its slow, deep rhythm that matches your own pace, and the leather straps resume their patient creaking. The bundles sway gently overhead, and everything settles back into the ancient, familiar pattern of this road beneath the stars. Tonight, someone new is walking beside you, a tall, lean man with a leather satchel slung across one shoulder and long, easy strides. You noticed him earlier crouching by the gate with a small brass instrument, turning it slowly and studying something you could not see. After a while of comfortable silence, he lifts his chin toward the sky and asks whether you know how to find your way when there are no roads. You do not. And he nods as though this is the answer he was hoping for before he begins to teach. He tells you to tilt your head back, and you do, and the sky falls open above you with a weight that feels almost physical. The stars are so dense that the darkness between them seems thin, and some burn white with an almost blue intensity that feels cold to see. Others glow faintly gold and seem impossibly far away, belonging to a depth of sky your eyes were never quite designed to reach. Your neck aches from the angle, and the cold presses against your face, but you do not look down from what you are seeing. He raises his arm and points to the northern sky, where 7 bright stars form a pattern like a great ladle or a plow. He tells you to find the 2 stars forming the outer edge of the bowl and draw an invisible line through them, extended upward. Your eyes follow that line, and at its end sits a single star that burns with a pale, steady light and an uncommon stillness. It is not the brightest in the sky, but it holds its position with a patience that nothing else above you seems to possess. Every other star in the heavens moves, rising in the east and setting in the west in slow arcs through the long night. But this star sits almost directly above the northern pole of the Earth, and the entire sky appears to rotate around its fixed, ancient point. This is Polaris, the North Star, and every navigator who has ever crossed this desert began their journey by finding it above them. If Polaris hangs directly ahead of you, then you are walking north, and if it rests above your right shoulder, you are heading west. The sky is not flat, he explains, but a great sphere wrapping around the Earth, divided by an invisible line called the celestial equator. If you measure the angle between the horizon and a known star, you can calculate exactly how far north or south you stand. The desert itself offers no other clues, because the dunes shift and the riverbeds vanish and the sand erases footprints within hours. But the stars do not change their positions, and they are the only map that cannot be lost or stolen or burned by anyone. He reaches into his satchel and draws out the brass instrument, and the starlight catches its surface in a faint, warm gleam. It is circular and flat, about the size of his palm, heavy with the particular weight of something made to last for many centuries. Tiny numbers and concentric circles have been engraved into the brass with a precision that seems almost impossibly fine and careful. This is an astrolabe, and he holds it vertical by a ring at the top, sighting along a pointer toward the pale star above them both. The angle where the pointer meets the outer scale tells him how high the star sits above the horizon in precise numbered degrees. That single number equals his latitude on the Earth, and the elegance of it makes you draw a slow, quiet breath of admiration. This instrument was perfected by Persian and Arab astronomers over 1,000 years ago in cities like Baghdad, Isfahan, and Samarkand along this road. They spent lifetimes mapping more than 1,000 stars, not for conquest, but because the caravans needed to find their way safely home. Commerce drove the mathematics, and the silk trade demanded that the sky itself be read, and so the astronomers learned to chart it. He places the astrolabe back into the satchel, and the brass disappears into leather, and you begin walking together again in comfortable silence. The cold has become a familiar thing now, sitting against your skin like a second coat, constant and clean and no longer surprising to you. Your breathing has matched the camel's rhythm without your choosing it, and you look up once more at the sky slowly turning above you. The great ladle has tilted since you last noticed it, its handle pointing now toward a different part of the dark horizon. But Polaris has not moved, and it will not move, burning where it has always burned with its pale and patient and faithful light. The desert is not empty after all, because the sky above it is full of information written in light older than any language ever spoken. The caravan moves westward, and ahead, somewhere beyond the curve of the earth, empires are waiting with marble and gold and hunger. But that is a story for the next stretch of this road, and for now there is only the walking, the cold, and the ancient, turning sky. The landscape has been changing beneath you for what might be hours or might be days, because time moves differently on this ancient road. The sand is no longer pale and fine, but has darkened with gravel and small stones that press gently through the soles of your boots. Far ahead, a faint ridge of mountains has appeared along the horizon, blue and distant, like a thought not yet fully formed inside a drowsy mind. The air carries something new as well, a faint dampness that smells of earth and green things growing somewhere out of sight. You are riding now instead of walking, because your body has grown heavy with a tiredness that feels warm rather than unpleasant. The camel's gait rocks you gently, forward and back, like a boat crossing a wide, calm, ancient sea beneath the stars. Your hands rest loosely on the saddle frame. Your eyes are half closed, and the night is quiet around you in every direction. The old merchant sleeps on his camel further back, and the familiar sound of hooves on harder ground is the only rhythm left in the world. In this rocking stillness, the story of the road unfolds in your mind, like a map being slowly opened across a wide table. You think about where the silk began its journey, and where it is going, and why anyone would carry it so impossibly far. The answer begins in a city called Chang'an, which the world would later know as Xi'an, the ancient capital of Imperial China. At its peak, more than 1 million people lived within its walls, making it one of the largest cities anywhere on the face of the earth. From Chang'an, the road stretched westward through mountain passes, across burning deserts, and along the edges of high, frozen plateaus for thousands of miles. It split into branches, wound through the oasis towns of Central Asia, and eventually reached the shores of the distant Mediterranean Sea. No single merchant ever walked the entire length alone, because goods passed from hand to hand through a long chain of traders. Each one carried the cargo a few hundred miles before selling it forward, so that silk changed owners many times before reaching its final destination. The camel shifts its weight as the ground changes, and you sway with it without waking from your half-dreaming, half-listening state. The rocking continues, and the cool air moves across your face like a slow hand brushing hair from your half-closed eyes. At the western end of that chain sat Rome, the most powerful empire the ancient world had ever known or even dared to imagine. And Rome was utterly, hopelessly in love with Chinese silk from the very first moment it arrived on Italian shores. The fabric was lighter than linen and stronger than wool, with a luminous sheen that no Mediterranean technique could ever hope to replicate. Roman senators wore it publicly. Their wives draped it across dining couches, and the demand grew wildly without any natural limit or restraint. The problem was that Rome had almost nothing China wanted in return, because China was self-sufficient in grain and metal and timber. So Rome paid in gold, and that gold flowed steadily eastward along the same roads the silk traveled westward, year after year without ceasing. A Roman senator and naturalist named Pliny the Elder watched this hemorrhage of wealth with growing alarm and deep moral frustration at the loss. He estimated that Rome spent 100 million sesterces every year on luxury imports from the East, a staggering sum for any civilization. He wrote bitterly that Roman gold was being drained to pay for fabric so thin that it concealed nothing and adorned everything. In his view, the empire's appetite for Eastern luxury was a sickness that would eventually hollow out the treasury from within. Your body sways gently with the camel's steady rhythm, and you feel yourself sinking deeper into the warmth of your coat and the saddle beneath you. The mountains ahead are slightly closer now, their blue shapes sharpening just barely against the paler darkness of the sky behind them. What Pliny could not see, because no single person standing at one end of the road could see the whole of it, was the larger truth. The Silk Road was not merely a trade route carrying luxury goods between two empires that happened to sit at opposite ends of the world. It was an economic system of extraordinary complexity, involving dozens of kingdoms, hundreds of cities, and thousands of intermediary merchants along the way. Taxes were collected at every border crossing, and local economies from Persia to India grew wealthy simply by being located along the path. The price of silk multiplied enormously as it moved westward, not because of greed alone, but because of the accumulated cost of distance itself. Each merchant needed profit, each camel needed feeding, each mountain pass charged a toll, and each oasis city took its measured patient share. By the time a bolt of Chinese silk reached a Roman market stall, its price had increased by several hundred times over what it originally cost. A single pound of fine silk could be worth more than a pound of gold in the markets of the imperial capital. The camel rocks you gently forward, and you feel the weight of your own head beginning to nod slowly toward your chest below. The air carries that green, damp scent more strongly now, and somewhere far away, beyond the mountains, rain is falling on earth that has been waiting. Empires rose and fell along this road, their fortunes tied to the silk that passed through their lands and filled their treasuries with wealth. When the route was open, cities flourished with learning and art, and when wars closed the passes, those same cities quietly withered and disappeared. The road was more than a path through the desert, and the silk was more than cloth moving from east to west beneath the stars. It was the connective tissue of the ancient world, binding civilizations together across distances no single human life could ever fully cross alone. Your eyes have closed, and the rocking of the camel has become the only motion left in the entire still, dark world around you. The mountains wait ahead, the rain waits beyond them, and the road carries you forward with the patience it has shown 10,000 travelers before. But silk was only the most famous of the things that moved along this ancient road between the great civilizations at either end. There were other travelers on this path carrying cargo far more extraordinary than cloth, and their story belongs to the next quiet miles ahead. The caravan has stopped, and you are not sure when it happened, because the boundary between moving and stillness has become very soft. You are sitting on a low stone wall in the shade of a building covered in pale blue tiles that catch the morning light. This is an oasis city, one of the great resting points where branches of the Silk Road converge before splitting apart once more. It sits in a valley fed by snowmelt from the mountains you crossed during the night, and everything here is green and alive. But you are watching from a quiet corner, because your body is too heavy and too warm and too deeply rested to consider moving. Your back leans against the cool tiles, your eyes are barely open, and the city reaches you only as a gentle wash of sound. Voices drift across the square in languages you do not recognize, layered over each other like colors in a woven cloth from far away. Somewhere to your left, a merchant is weighing something on a brass scale, and you hear the faint ring of metal finding its balance. The air is warm and heavy with scent, and you breathe it in slowly without trying to separate one fragrance from another inside it. Saffron is there, dry and golden and faintly bitter, and beneath it the deep, woody sweetness of sandalwood drifting from somewhere you cannot see. There is also the smell of old paper, dry and slightly sweet. The particular scent of ink and pressed fiber aged in still air. It drifts from a stall nearby where manuscripts are stacked in careful piles, their pages covered in scripts from a dozen different traditions. Paper itself traveled this road, moving westward from China where it was invented more than 2,000 years ago from mulberry bark. Before paper reached the West, Europeans wrote on animal skin scraped thin, a material so expensive that it limited who could afford to write at all. When paper arrived through the Silk Road, it changed the cost of recording thought so dramatically that knowledge itself began to spread outward. Libraries grew, letters multiplied, and writing became possible for thousands of people who could never have afforded parchment in their entire lives. Your eyelids lower a little further, and the sounds of the market soften into something almost musical, a hum without edges or sharp notes. The blue tiles behind your back are cool and smooth, and you can feel the slow rhythm of your own heartbeat in your resting hands. Gunpowder moved along this road as well, invented in China by alchemists searching not for weapons, but for an elixir of eternal life. They mixed saltpeter with sulfur and charcoal, and the explosive result traveled westward through Persia and the Arab world before finally reaching Europe. Spices moved in the opposite direction, with black pepper, cinnamon, and cloves traveling eastward from India and the islands of Southeast Asia. Glass beads from Roman workshops were exchanged for jade, and musical instruments evolved as they passed through each culture's particular hands and ears. But the most extraordinary things that traveled this road were not objects that could be weighed on a scale or packed onto camels for the journey. They were ideas, moving more slowly than silk and more quietly than paper, but changing the world far more deeply than either one. Buddhism was born in India around the 5th century before the Common Era, in the teachings of a prince who sat beneath a tree. It might have remained a local faith, known only in the plains of the Indian subcontinent, where it first took root and flowered. Instead, it traveled eastward along the Silk Road, carried by monks who walked the same trails your caravan has followed through the desert. They built monasteries in caves of mountain passes and translated sacred texts into new languages at every stop along the way. By the time Buddhism reached China, it had been shaped by every culture it passed through, absorbing local customs and artistic styles at each crossing. The serene stone Buddhas carved into cliff faces across Central Asia still mark the path it followed, like footprints left in rock. Centuries later, Islam moved along the same corridors, carried not by armies alone, but by merchants who traded honestly and prayed 5 times daily. The people of the oasis cities watched these traders and were drawn to the discipline and clarity of the faith they quietly practiced. Your breathing has become so slow that you can feel each rib expand and settle individually, like keys on an instrument being pressed one at a time. The saffron scent drifts past you again, and the voices in the market have become so distant that they could be coming from another century. Perhaps the quietest traveler on this road was a number, a concept so small and silent that it carried no weight whatsoever. It was zero, the idea that nothing itself could be something, that absence could be given a name and a place among other figures. Zero was born in India, where mathematicians understood its power centuries before the rest of the world grasped what it could mean. It traveled westward through Persia, where scholars translated Indian texts into Arabic and refined the number system into something elegant and complete. From Persia, it reached Baghdad, and from Baghdad, it crossed into Europe through the trading ports of the Mediterranean and through Spain. Without zero, there could be no algebra, no precise astronomy, no accounting systems complex enough to manage the economies of growing nations and empires. The entire mathematical framework that would later produce navigation, engineering, and the digital world you left behind tonight was built on this concept. It traveled this road in the mind of a merchant or a monk, weightless and invisible and world-changing beyond any measure. The market sounds have faded now to almost nothing, and the warmth of the morning sun lies across your lap like a folded blanket placed there gently. The scent of sandalwood has softened to the faintest trace, and the blue tiles hold you steady against the slow pull of sleep. Everything that mattered in the ancient world passed through places like this, carried by people who walked or rode or simply talked with strangers. Silk and paper and gunpowder, prayers and numbers and stories, all of them traveling the same patient, dusty, extraordinary road toward the future. Your eyes are nearly closed now, and the oasis city has become more of a feeling than a place you can see with any clarity. The road still stretches ahead, but its final miles are quiet ones, and the story is beginning to find the shape of its gentle ending. The road has brought you to a hillside, and you do not remember how or when the caravan finally stopped moving. You are lying on your back in the dry grass, and the earth beneath you is warm from yesterday's sun still held inside it. The sky above you is no longer dark, because dawn has arrived fully, and the stars have quietly let go of their places one by one. A pale golden light is spreading from the east, and it touches everything it reaches with a warmth that feels like the beginning of a promise. You can see the desert from here, stretched out below in every direction, vast and brown and impossibly still in the early golden light. The trail you followed is invisible now, hidden in the sameness of the sand, as though the earth has already begun to forget your steps. But the road remembers, even when the sand does not, because the road is not made of dirt or stone or any material thing at all. It is made of the 10,000 journeys that have crossed this land, each one leaving something behind that cannot be seen but can still be felt. A monk carried a prayer across these mountains, and it took root in a country that had never heard it spoken before, in any voice. A merchant's daughter hid silkworm eggs in her hair and carried a secret across a border that had been sealed for 3,000 careful years. A mathematician wrote a small circle on a page in a quiet room in India, and that circle traveled westward until it became the foundation of everything the modern world would build. None of them knew how far their gifts would travel, and none of them needed to know. That is the last thought the road offers you, and it is enough. because the history has done its gentle work and there is nothing left to learn tonight. The facts dissolve like the stars dissolved, quietly and completely, leaving only the warmth and the stillness and the slow weight of your body. The sun is climbing now, and you can feel its light on your face even through your closed eyelids, a soft pressure that is golden and warm. It rests on your forehead first, then spreads slowly across your cheeks and down to your chin, like a warm cloth being laid carefully over your skin. Your hands are open at your sides, palms facing upward, and the warmth settles into them the way water settles into a cupped palm held very still. Your fingers are heavy, and your wrists are heavy, and the weight travels slowly up through your arms toward your shoulders. Your shoulders press deeper into the earth beneath you, and you can feel the ground accepting your weight without resistance or hurry. It holds you the way it has held every traveler who has ever stopped here, patiently and completely, and without asking for anything in return. The air moves across your face in a breath so faint that you cannot tell where the air ends and the warmth of the sun begins. It carries no scent now, only the clean, empty stillness of a morning that has nowhere it needs to be, and nothing it needs to become. Your breathing has slowed to a rhythm that feels as old and as deep as the earth beneath your back, each inhale arriving without effort. Each exhale leaves your body a little heavier, a little more settled, a little more certain that this stillness is exactly where it wants to be. Your chest rises slowly, and the warm air fills your lungs, and there is a pause at the top where everything is perfectly, completely still. Then the breath leaves, and your body sinks, and the earth holds you, and the space between one breath and the next grows wider and softer. The desert stretches out below you in the golden light, vast and quiet, and it does not need you to watch it any longer to continue being beautiful. The road is there, somewhere beneath the sand, patient and ancient, and it will still be there when the next caravan arrives. But that is not your concern now, because there is nothing left in the world that requires your attention or your wakefulness or your thought. The sun is warm on your face, and the earth is warm beneath your back, and everything is still, and everything is held, and everything is safe. Your eyes have been closed for a long time now, and the golden light behind your eyelids is beginning to soften into something deeper and darker. It is not the darkness of the desert night you walked through, but a different kind of dark, warm and close and infinitely gentle. It is the darkness of sleep arriving, not as a sudden thing, but as a slow tide rising from somewhere beneath the ground you rest upon. It reaches your feet first, then your ankles, then your knees, moving upward through your body with a patience that asks nothing of you at all. Your legs are gone now, heavy and warm and no longer yours, and the tide continues rising through your hips and into your stomach. Your chest breathes on its own, slowly, slowly, without your help, and your arms have sunk into the earth like stones settling into soft, warm water. The last thing you feel is the warmth on your face, the sun pressing gently against your closed eyes like a kind hand saying goodnight. Then that too softens, and the hillside and the desert and the road and the sky all fold together into a single quiet warmth. You are asleep. The Silk Road remembers you, and the stars will be there when you wake, and everything is well, and everything is still. close your eyes and let everything fall away until nothing remains but the quiet rhythm of your own breathing in this stillness. The world has grown very quiet now, and you find yourself standing at the entrance of a small, ancient wooden building. A single paper lantern hangs beside the doorway, casting a pale amber glow across the worn stone step beneath your feet. The air carries a faint scent of aged hinoki cypress, that particular sweetness of wood that has absorbed decades of careful attention. You step inside, and the cool night air gives way to a gentle warmth that rises from the polished wooden floor. The space is narrow and hushed, lit only by a row of small lanterns that line a counter carved from a single plank. That counter stretches before you like a quiet stage, its surface worn to a deep honeyed sheen by the passing of countless hands. You settle onto a low wooden stool, and the grain of the seat presses gently against your palms as you rest them there. The counter before you is bare, wiped perfectly clean, and its surface holds a faint reflection of the lantern light above. Behind this counter stands a single figure, a man in a crisp white jacket, his sleeves folded precisely to the middle of each forearm. His head is slightly bowed, and his hands rest at his sides with a stillness that suggests a lifetime of practiced composure. This is the shokunin, the master craftsman, and everything about his posture speaks of patience that has been refined across many silent years. He does not look up or greet you with words, and instead he simply begins, as though the work itself is the only welcome needed. From somewhere behind him, you hear the soft sound of water moving over smooth stones in a shallow basin near the preparation area. He reaches to the side and lifts a white cotton cloth, then wrings it slowly with both hands until the last drop falls away. The cloth is folded once, then again, and placed beside a wooden cutting board that rests on a slightly raised platform before him. That cutting board is made of aged magnolia wood, and its pale surface carries the fine parallel scars of 10,000 precise cuts. He lifts his knife from a slender wooden sheath, and the blade catches the lantern light in a single thin line of silver. The knife is a yanagiba, long and narrow, forged from a single piece of carbon steel with a bevel ground on only one side. He holds it before him for a moment, turning the edge slowly, as though he is listening to the blade rather than inspecting it. Then he draws a fine ceramic whetstone across the edge in one long, deliberate motion, and the sound is no louder than a whisper. The rhythm of that sharpening is slow and even, each stroke lasting a full breath, and you feel your own breathing begin to match. There is no rush in this room, no urgency at all, only the careful movement of steel against stone in the amber half-light. When the blade is ready, he sets the whetstone aside and wipes the knife once with the damp cloth, drawing it from heel to tip. He then turns his attention to a small wooden tub resting at the far end of the counter, its lid sealed with a fitted groove. As he lifts the lid, a cloud of warm, sweet sour air rises gently upward, carrying the unmistakable fragrance of freshly seasoned sushi rice. The rice inside glistens faintly, each grain distinct and swollen, dressed in a mixture of rice vinegar and a trace of dissolved sugar. He dips his fingertips into a small bowl of water lightly touched with vinegar, and the moisture catches the light on his skin. With his right hand, he reaches into the tub and draws out a small mound of rice, no larger than the center of his palm. His fingers close around it once, gently, and then rotate the shape with a motion so practiced that it appears almost involuntary. The rice is pressed but never crushed, shaped but never forced, and the result is a small, oblong form that rests lightly in his hand. Between those grains, tiny pockets of air remain, and it is this invisible architecture that will allow each piece to dissolve softly on the tongue. He sets the rice form down on the bare counter, and it sits there in the lamplight like a small, quiet monument to patience. Now his attention moves to a low wooden box lined with damp cloth, where several cuts of fish lie in perfect parallel rows. He selects a single slice of hirame, winter flounder, its flesh so translucent that the grain of the wood beneath shows faintly through. He lays the slice across his left palm, and with the yanagiba in his right hand, he makes one long drawing cut across the surface. The blade moves through the flesh without resistance, as though the fish is simply parting along a line that was always meant to be there. A thin ribbon of translucent white curls away from the blade and is set aside, and the remaining piece now has a scored surface. Those fine cuts will allow the warmth of the rice and the salt of the soy to reach deeper into the flesh when served. He lifts the prepared slice and lays it across the waiting mound of rice with a motion that is both firm and impossibly gentle. His thumb presses once along the top, and two fingers brace the sides, and in that single gesture, the piece is complete and whole. He places it on the bare wood before you, and for a moment you both simply look at it resting there in the quiet light. The fish catches the amber glow of the lantern, and its surface holds a faint, pearlescent sheen that shifts as your eyes adjust. There is no garnish, no decoration, nothing at all except this single piece of formed rice and draped fish on clean, pale wood. And in that simplicity, you begin to understand that this counter is not merely a place where food is prepared for someone to eat. It is a place where silence has a purpose, where every movement has been practiced until it carries no wasted effort and no unnecessary sound. The shokunin stands still again, his hands returned to his sides, and the room holds its breath around this single offering of craft. Outside, beyond the paper walls, you can hear the faintest suggestion of the sea, a slow and distant rhythm of waves against a dark shore. That sound will stay with you now as you settle deeper into this stillness, this gentle world of wood and water and quiet hands. And the night wraps itself softly around this small room, holding everything within it in a silence that feels as old as the sea itself. The counter fades behind you now, and the lantern light gives way to something cooler, something that carries the salt of open water on its breath. You are standing at the edge of a harbor in the hours before dawn, when the sky is still a deep and featureless indigo above the sea. The air here is sharp and alive, heavy with brine and the mineral coldness of deep ocean currents that have traveled far to reach this darkened shore. Wooden fishing boats rest along the dock, their hulls dark with moisture, and the ropes that hold them creak softly against their iron cleats in the gentle swell. Beneath your feet, the planks of the pier are slick with a thin film of seawater, and each step produces a faint, damp sound against the weathered grain. Somewhere ahead, a row of low buildings lines the waterfront, their sliding doors already open to receive the morning's earliest catch from the returning vessels. A single electric bulb hangs above each entrance, casting small pools of yellow light across the crates stacked in careful, leaning rows outside each narrow doorway. You move closer, and the smell shifts from open salt air to something deeper and more concentrated. The rich marine scent of fish resting on beds of crushed ice. It is not unpleasant, but ancient and particular. The smell of the sea condensed into the silver bodies of creatures drawn from its cold interior overnight. Inside the nearest building, men in rubber boots move between rows of long wooden tables where the catch has been arranged in careful lines for quiet inspection. Their voices are low and unhurried, barely rising above the sound of shifting ice, and their hands carry the same deliberate care you witnessed at the counter last night. A man lifts a whole winter yellowtail from a bed of shaved ice and turns it slowly beneath the light, examining the firmness of its belly with his thumb. He presses once behind the gill plate, studies the color of the flesh revealed beneath the silver edge, and sets the fish back down without a single word. That single gesture carries years of accumulated knowledge, the ability to read in the texture and hue of raw flesh an entire history of the creature before him. Where it swam, how cold the current, how long since it left the sea. All of this is written quietly in the meat beneath the skin. For the shokunin, the work of sushi does not begin at the counter but here, in this cold and quiet hour before the rest of the city stirs awake. Every choice made beneath these dim hanging bulbs will shape what appears on clean wood tonight, and so the selection of each fish is the first act of craft. Further along the table, a block of maguro tuna rests on a sheet of waxed paper, its cross-section exposed where the auctioneer's blade has made one clean cut. The flesh is a deep, almost luminous red near the spine, shifting gradually toward a pale, marbled pink where ribbons of fat have gathered near the belly wall. This gradient from lean akami to rich toro is not merely a matter of flavor, but a map of the animal's life written in layers of muscle and stored energy. The buyer draws a small metal hook across the exposed surface and lifts it close to the light, reading the oil content in the way the flesh catches the glow. He studies the thin strand of fat clinging to the metal, and in that gesture, an entire season of the tuna's feeding is read and quietly understood. He nods once to himself, and the transaction is completed with a quiet exchange of paper slips and a shallow bow between the two men at the table. The tuna block is wrapped in several layers of damp cloth and placed into an insulated wooden box for the slow journey back to the waiting counter. Outside again, the sky has begun to shift almost imperceptibly, the blackness above the harbor softening toward a dark steel blue along the low eastern horizon. The boats rock gently in the swell, and their tall masts trace slow arcs against the fading stars, like the needles of enormous silent metronomes keeping time. This ritual of the morning market has been unbroken for generations, stretching back through centuries of Japanese coastal life to a time before written records began. Long before sushi existed in any form you might recognize, these harbors supplied the villages along the shore with the essential protein of their daily catch. The bond between the Japanese people and the surrounding sea is among the oldest of any island civilization, a connection as deep and constant as the tides themselves. An archipelago wrapped on every side by cold, nutrient-rich currents, Japan was shaped by the ocean long before it was shaped by the plow or the forge. The fish that arrived on these shores each morning dictated the deep rhythm of coastal life, and the seasons were marked not by blossoms alone, but by migrations. Spring brought the lean, bright flesh of bonito racing northward, and autumn returned them southward again, heavy with fat stored during the warmer months at open sea. Every species carried its own calendar, and the shokunin's knowledge of these patterns is a living inheritance passed not through books, but through years of silent observation. He knows by instinct which weeks will bring the finest flounder, when the sea urchin will reach its sweetest peak, and when the shrimp will carry their deepest color. This wisdom begins here, in the cold and the salt air, before the sun has touched the water and before the first grain of rice is washed clean. The wooden box is lifted onto a small truck, and the market begins to thin as buyers carry their wrapped selections into the slowly waking city. You follow the quiet journey back through narrow streets still heavy with the last hours of darkness, past closed shop fronts and sleeping houses draped in deep blue shadow. The box rides steadily in the back, wrapped in its damp cloth, and inside the flesh rests at the precise temperature that will preserve its condition. By the time the truck reaches the familiar wooden building, the paper lantern beside the doorway has been relit, and its amber glow waits patiently in the stillness. The fish will rest now in the cool darkness of the preparation room, and soon the shokunin will begin the next quiet stage of his patient work. And you will follow him there, into the deeper story that lives inside each grain of rice, a story that stretches back thousands of years before this night began. The morning catch now rests in its cool darkness, and your attention is drawn to a sound so simple it has gone almost unnoticed until this quiet moment. It is the sound of water pouring over rice, a soft and continuous rushing, like a stream passing over a bed of smooth white stones in a shallow creek. The shokunin stands at a deep basin in the preparation room behind the counter, his hands submerged as he turns the grains beneath the flowing water with steady fingers. The liquid runs cloudy at first, milky with the fine starch that coats each grain, and he works his fingers in slow circular motions to release every pale particle. With each rinse, the water clears a little more, and by the seventh pass, it runs almost perfectly transparent, and only then does his patient hand finally go still. He lifts the rice and sets it in a fine mesh strainer, where it will rest for exactly 30 minutes before it touches the heavy iron pot that waits nearby. This is not merely cooking, but a calibration as precise as any the Yanagiba demands, because every minute of rest changes the final texture of the cooked grain. The rice he uses is a short grain variety grown in the cooler northern regions of Japan, where cold nights and clean mountain water produce a particular starch content. When cooked, these grains will hold together with a gentle cohesion, firm enough to keep their shape in the hand, yet soft enough to yield upon the tongue. This delicate balance between structure and tenderness is the foundation upon which every piece of sushi rests, and its mastery requires many years of quiet daily repetition. The bond between the Japanese people and this grain is one of the most enduring in all of human agriculture, stretching back across many thousands of careful years. But the story of sushi does not begin in Japan at all, and to find its origins, you must travel far to the south and deep into the ancient past. Long before anyone pressed rice beneath a slice of fish on a wooden counter, rice served a far more practical and far more ancient purpose entirely. In the warm river valleys of mainland Southeast Asia, perhaps along the Mekong or the Irrawaddy, people discovered that cooked rice could preserve fish through natural fermentation. They would gut and salt a freshwater fish, then pack it tightly inside a sealed vessel of cooked rice beneath heavy stones that excluded all the surrounding air. Over weeks and then months, the bacteria present in the rice began to produce lactic acid, and this acid slowly and invisibly transformed the raw flesh of the fish. The process was patient and hidden from view, a quiet conversation between grain and protein unfolding in sealed darkness beneath those river-smoothed stones for many long months. Imagine that sourness now, not sharp like citrus, but deep and round, the kind of tang that develops only when time itself becomes an ingredient in the making. When the vessel was finally opened, the fish inside had been preserved completely, its flesh firm and deeply sour with the particular sharpness of natural lactic fermentation. The rice itself, having served its purpose as a medium for the working bacteria, was simply discarded after each opening, scraped away, and returned to the earth as waste. This ancient technique, known in Japanese as narazushi, was never a delicacy or a refined craft, but a practical solution to a fundamental and universal human problem. In a world without refrigeration, in climates where heat and humidity could spoil a fresh catch within hours, fermentation offered a reliable way to store protein across seasons. The practice migrated slowly northward over centuries, carried along trade routes and river systems through southern China, and eventually across the sea to the Japanese archipelago. By the time it reached the shores of Japan, perhaps around the 8th century, the technique had been refined across countless generations of careful and unnamed hands. In Japan, narazushi found a natural home near Lake Biwa, the vast freshwater lake in the central highlands of Honshu, near the ancient imperial capital of Kyoto. The lake was rich with a species of crucian carp called funa, and the surrounding paddies provided an endless and renewing supply of the essential fermenting medium. The fish were caught in the shallows, cleaned, salted heavily for several weeks, and then packed into barrels of cooked rice where they remained for as long as 3 years. The result was funazushi, one of the oldest surviving forms of sushi in Japan, a dish that still exists today in quiet villages near the shore of that lake. Its flavor is extraordinary and challenging, a deep sourness layered with the complex umami of long-aged protein and the concentrated sharpness of years of slow lactic fermentation. To taste funazushi is to taste the passage of time itself, the accumulated patience of entire seasons compressed into a single thin slice of translucent amber-colored flesh. You can almost feel that sourness in the air of this room, a ghost of the ancient process lingering beneath the cleaner scent of washed rice and fresh water. And the rice, even in this earliest Japanese form, was still thrown away, still considered nothing more than a functional material surrounding the real treasure sealed within. It would take many more centuries and a particular kind of creative impatience before anyone thought to eat the rice alongside the fish it had so slowly transformed. But that shift, when it came, would change everything about the meaning of sushi and it began with a substance as simple and sharp as the scent now rising here. The shokunin lifts the lid of the iron pot, and a cloud of warm, starchy steam rises into the still air and drifts softly across the cedar ceiling above. He transfers the cooked rice into a wide, shallow wooden tub called a hangare, its pale cypress surface drawing the excess moisture gently from the steaming grains below. With a flat wooden paddle, he begins to fold the rice in broad, careful strokes, while a thin stream of seasoned vinegar is poured slowly across the warm surface. The vinegar meets the hot rice and releases a sharp, sweet fragrance that fills the room. And this is the scent that will carry you forward into what comes next. For it was vinegar, common rice vinegar, that would one day replace those long months of fermentation and set sushi on its path toward the form you know tonight. The paddle moves steadily through the glistening grains, and the shokunin's wrist turns at the same measured angle with every stroke, folding air into the slowly cooling rice. The sharp, clean fragrance of rice vinegar still hangs in the air as the shokunin sets down his paddle and studies the glistening rice before him in the tub. Each grain now carries a thin, glossy coat of seasoning, and the surface of the rice catches the lantern light with a faint iridescence that shifts as you watch. The warmth is fading slowly from the tub, and the texture of the grains is settling into that precise firmness that will hold under the gentlest pressure of a hand. This act of dressing warm rice with vinegar may seem like a small and unremarkable step in the preparation of a single evening's meal at this quiet counter. But it represents one of the most significant transformations in the entire history of Japanese food. A quiet revolution that unfolded over the course of several hundred years. For centuries after narazushi arrived in Japan, the only way to achieve the sourness that defined preserved sushi was through the long and patient labor of natural fermentation. A fish packed in rice might require anywhere from several months to several years before it reached the depth of flavor that justified the wait and the effort. But sometime during the Muromachi period, roughly the 15th century, an unnamed innovation began to spread among the households and local markets of central Japan. People discovered that by shortening the fermentation to just a few weeks, they could eat not only the preserved fish, but the partially fermented rice alongside it. This intermediate form, called namanare, was a revelation in its own quiet way, because for the first time the rice was no longer discarded as mere waste. It had become part of the meal itself, and its slightly sour, softened texture was found to complement the preserved fish in a way no one had originally intended. The taste of that early rice must have been something remarkable, carrying within it the living echo of fermentation and the faint sweetness of grain transformed by invisible life. The discovery that rice could be eaten as well as used for preservation was a subtle but profound shift in the entire concept of what sushi actually was. It was no longer simply a method of storing protein across the seasons, but a composed dish, a pairing that together created something greater than either element alone. And once that understanding took hold, the next question became inevitable, as it always does when patience meets ingenuity inside the same restless and curious human mind. If the purpose of fermentation was merely to make the rice sour, Could that sourness not be achieved by some faster and more direct means instead? The answer arrived in the form of vinegar, specifically rice vinegar, which had been produced in Japan for centuries already as both a seasoning and a medicinal tonic. By adding vinegar directly to freshly cooked rice, a cook could replicate in minutes the essential tang that natural fermentation had always required long months to produce. This technique, which came to be known as hayazushi or fast sushi, emerged gradually during the later Muromachi period and gained wider popularity through the Edo era. The word itself tells the story of the change, because haya means fast, and speed was the force that would carry sushi out of the home and into the street. It did not replace the older fermented forms immediately, and for a long time both the fermented and the vinegared existed side by side in kitchens across the country. But the convenience was undeniable, and in a rapidly urbanizing Japan, where populations were growing and the pace of daily life was quickening, speed carried its own value. In the great city of Edo, which would eventually become the Tokyo we know today, this faster sushi found an audience perfectly suited to its practical nature. A particular variety of rice vinegar played a central role in defining the flavor of this new era, a dark vinegar known as akazu, or red vinegar. Akazu was made not from rice grain itself, but from the lees left behind after sake production, and its color was a deep, warm amber with reddish tones. Its flavor was more complex and rounder than ordinary rice vinegar, carrying notes of aged grain and a subtle sweetness resting just beneath its clean, acidic sharpness. When mixed into warm rice, akazu produced a slightly darker and more aromatic result, and this became the signature of Edo-style sushi for many generations to follow. Even now, if you lean closer to the tub, you can detect that faint reddish depth beneath the brighter notes of the white vinegar in the shokunen's personal blend. The shokunen before you uses a blend that is his own closely held proportion, a mixture of red and white vinegar balanced with careful measures of salt and sugar. He learned this particular ratio from his teacher, who learned it from the teacher before him, and so the recipe extends backward like a thread through decades of practice. He fans the rice gently with a flat wooden fan held in his left hand, while the right continues to fold and turn the grains steadily with the paddle. The fanning cools the surface and sets the outer starch, creating a slight resistance on the outside of each grain that gives the finished rice its characteristic sheen. When the temperature has dropped to precisely that of the human body, he sets both the fan and paddle aside and covers the tub with a damp cloth. The rice will rest now, breathing quietly under this cover, and it will remain at this warmth throughout the evening, never refrigerated and never reheated once dressed. This insistence on body temperature is not tradition for its own sake, but a matter of sensory precision that the shokunen understands in his hands before his mind. Rice that is too cool feels heavy and inert upon the tongue, while rice that is too warm dissolves before the palate can register its delicate structure. At the temperature of a living hand, the rice achieves a gentle presence in the mouth, warm enough to release its fragrance and yielding enough to slowly melt. And it was this living warmth, this quality of immediacy, that would define the next great transformation of sushi on the lantern-lit streets of old Edo just ahead. The preparation room grows still, and the scent of vinegar and cedar settles into the surrounding wood like a memory folding itself gently into the grain of the walls. The vinegar-dressed rice waits beneath its damp cloth, and now the story carries you beyond this quiet room and into the streets of a city that no longer exists. Edo, the sprawling capital of the Tokugawa shogunate, was by the early 19th century one of the largest and most densely populated cities in the entire known world. More than 1 million people lived within its borders, packed into wooden neighborhoods that spread outward from the shogun's great fortified castle at the city's guarded center. The population was heavily male, swollen by the system of sankin kotai that required feudal lords to maintain permanent households in the capital, with large stationed retinues. Samurai, laborers, merchants, and craftsmen filled the narrow streets, and most of them lived in small rented rooms with no kitchens and very little time for cooking. The city smelled of wood smoke and river water and salt carried inland from the bay, and its rhythms were set by the movement of working men between duty and rest. This created an enormous demand for prepared food sold quickly and eaten standing, and Edo became one of the first great street food cities in all of human history. Along the canals and at the intersections of the major roads, rows of yatai appeared each evening as the working day came to its close across the city. These yatai were simple portable stalls of wood and cloth, lit by paper lanterns that cast their amber glow across the faces of the men who gathered around them. Vendors served soba noodles in hot broth, skewers of grilled eel glazed with sweet soy, and pieces of tempura wrapped in paper for eating while standing in the warm air. The lantern light caught the rising steam and the oil-slicked surfaces of the wooden counters, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of charcoal and roasted soy. A man could eat his fill for a handful of coins and be back on the street within minutes, nourished and ready for the remaining hours of the evening ahead. Imagine yourself standing among them now, the warmth of a nearby brazier on your skin, the sound of low conversation drifting around you like smoke in the evening breeze. And it was in this world of speed and appetite and improvisation that the form of sushi you would recognize today was born from one craftsman's decisive insight. Around the year 1824, in the Ryogoku district near the Great Bridge over the Sumida River, a vendor named Hanaya Yohei made a simple but radical change. Rather than pressing vinegared rice and fish into a wooden mold and allowing them to set overnight, as was the common oshizushi tradition carried from Osaka, Yohei worked by hand. He shaped a small mound of warm seasoned rice in his palm and laid a prepared slice of fish from the bay across its curved top. Then he served it immediately to the waiting customer, and in that act of speed and simplicity, an entirely new tradition was born on the spot. This was nigiri sushi, hand-pressed sushi, and its genius lay not in any single technique, but in the radical compression of time between preparation and the act of eating. There was no mold, no wait, no overnight wait, just the direct and intimate contact of the craftsman's hand shaping rice and fish into a single immediate offering. The fish came from the waters just beyond the city's edge, the rich tidal flats and channels of Edomai, the bay that gave this entire style its lasting name. Edomai seafood included kohada, a small silver-scaled gizzard shad prized for its clean flavor, as well as anago conger eel and the various seasonal tunas of the bay. Many of these fish were not served raw as they often are today, but were cured or simmered or marinated carefully to extend their freshness without any refrigeration. The shrimp were boiled and butterflied open. The anago was braised slowly in a sweet soy broth, and the kohada was packed in salt and then bathed in sharp vinegar. Each preparation was itself a small act of craft, a way of drawing out and concentrating the natural character of the ingredient through patient and deliberate technique over hours. These methods were not merely practical, but artistic, and the skill required to cure a kohada to its ideal point of flavor was considered as demanding as any knife work. Yohei's stall became famous within months, and imitators appeared along the canals and bridges of Edo before the year was out, each offering their own variation of the form. The pieces were larger then than what you see on the counter tonight, roughly twice the size of a modern nigiri, shaped to fill a working man's appetite quickly. They were eaten with the fingers, pressed briefly against a dish of dark soy, and consumed in 1 or 2 bites while leaning against the wooden frame of the stall. The price was modest, the service was fast, and the flavor was extraordinary in its honest simplicity. Warm seasoned rice and prepared fish and nothing else between them. Within a single generation, nigiri sushi had become the defining food of Edo, inseparable from the city's identity and from the practical character of its restless working population. Other forms of sushi continued to thrive elsewhere across Japan, and Osaka in particular maintained its tradition of pressed and boxed sushi with equal pride and careful refinement. But it was the Edo style, the hand-formed nigiri eaten fresh at the counter or the stall, that would eventually travel beyond Japan and represent sushi to the entire world. The lanterns along the canal would burn for another full century before the modern age began to reshape both the city and the food that had been born inside it. And the spirit of those stalls, that direct intimacy between the hand that shapes and the mouth that receives, still lives within this quiet room where you sit tonight. The counter before you is the last descendant of those open-air wooden stands, refined and quieted, but carrying the same essential promise of craft, offered without distance or ceremony. The shokunin carries that inheritance in every movement, and each piece he forms at this counter is a small echo of a lantern-lit evening beside the Sumida long ago. The river has changed its course and the stalls are gone, but the gesture remains. The closing of a hand around warm rice, patient and unchanged by time. The memory of those lantern-lit stalls recedes gently now, and the story settles once more into the quiet room where the shokunin stands behind his polished counter. His hands move again, lifting the damp cloth from the rice tub and drawing out another small measure of the warm, glistening grain into his waiting, open palm. He shapes it with 2 gentle compressions, and the movement is so fluid and brief that it seems less like a learned technique than an involuntary reflex of the body. The path to this effortless precision is extraordinarily long, and in the traditional system of apprenticeship, it follows a strict and unyielding sequence of carefully graduated stages. A young apprentice entering a sushi restaurant in the older tradition would not be permitted to touch fish or rice for the first several years of his training. His duties would begin with cleaning, washing dishes, and observing in complete silence, learning the rhythms and unspoken expectations of the kitchen through the body rather than the mind. He would watch the master's hands for hours each day, memorizing the angle of the wrist and the pressure of each finger without ever being invited to ask a question. In the evenings, after the last guest had gone and the counter had been wiped clean, the apprentice would practice alone with cold rice until his hands ached. Only after years of this foundation would he be permitted to prepare the rice, and rice alone would occupy his entire attention for several more years beyond that point. The reasoning behind this patience was not cruelty or rigidity, but a deep belief that the hands must learn before the conscious mind begins to understand what they are doing. Rice is the foundation of every piece of sushi, and if the rice is wrong, then no quality of fish and no knife work can compensate for that failure. The apprentice would learn to wash rice by touch alone, to judge the water's clarity without looking, and to sense the precise moment when the grain had soaked long enough. He would learn the exact heat of the flame, the ratio of water to grain, and the resting time that produced the texture his master required every single day. Only after mastering the rice would he advance to the study of fish, beginning with the less costly varieties and working toward the prized cuts of tuna and bream. The knife would come last of all, and the Yanagiba's single-beveled edge demanded a particular discipline of hand and wrist that could not be hurried or taught through words. This hierarchy of skills, rice before fish and fish before knife, encoded a philosophy that placed patience and humility at the very center of the craftsman's forming identity. The word shokunin itself carries a weight that extends beyond the English translation of craftsman, implying a moral and spiritual dedication to the perfection of a single chosen skill. A shokunin is someone who has given an entire life to the pursuit of one discipline, refining it daily and measuring progress not in years, but across whole decades. The great sushi masters of the 20th century spent entire lifetimes behind their counters, some working well into their 80s with hands that never lost their quiet certainty. They spoke little about their art and preferred to let the work itself communicate, believing that the truest expression of mastery was a silence filled with visible competence and care. The 20th century, however, also brought transformations that the old masters of the Edo stalls could never have imagined in their evenings beside the lantern-lit river. Refrigeration arrived in Japan in the early 1900s and fundamentally changed the relationship between sushi and time that had governed the craft for many unbroken centuries. For the first time, fish could be kept fresh over long distances and extended periods, and the ancient techniques of curing and marinating became choices rather than absolute necessities. Raw fish, served completely uncooked over vinegared rice, became the dominant presentation, and the range of available ingredients expanded far beyond the local waters of any single bay. Tuna from distant oceans could now arrive at the counter in perfect condition, its flesh still holding the cold clarity of waters it had left only hours before. Salmon, which had never been part of the traditional Edo-mai vocabulary, eventually found its place on counters across the country as tastes continued to evolve. After the devastation of the Second World War, as Japan rebuilt its shattered cities and its economy, sushi underwent yet another transformation that would carry it across the world. In 1958, an entrepreneur in Osaka named Shiraishi Yoshiaki opened the first kaiten sushi restaurant, where small plates traveled past seated diners on a mechanical conveyor belt. The innovation democratized sushi completely, removing the quiet intimidation of the traditional counter and making it accessible to families and casual diners at a fraction of the former cost. Kaiten sushi spread rapidly across Japan and then internationally, and it introduced millions of people to the basic forms of nigiri and maki for the very first time in their lives. By the 1960s and 70s, sushi had begun to appear in the United States, first in Los Angeles and then in New York and other cities across the country. The California roll, created with avocado and crab inside rice wrapped around seaweed, was designed to ease Western diners into an unfamiliar cuisine through familiar flavors and textures. A technique born from the necessity of preserving fish in tropical river valleys had become, across 3,000 years, a symbol of refinement served in every major city on Earth. And yet here, at this counter tonight, the shokunin works as though none of that vast history has any bearing on the single piece forming now between his patient fingers. His world has narrowed to the width of this wooden surface, to the temperature of the rice, the angle of the blade, and the silence that holds everything gently together. The centuries have passed through this room like water through a net, leaving behind only what is essential and carrying away everything that was never truly needed here. He places the finished piece before you, and its geometry is so precise and quietly resolved that it seems less made by a hand than simply arrived, whole and complete. The fish rests on the rice with the same ease as a leaf resting on still water, and the line where the two meet is seamless and perfectly calm. The counter before you holds only a few remaining traces of the evening's long and careful work, a faint sheen of moisture on polished wood and nothing more. The shokunin reaches for a small rectangular pan that has been warming gently on a low flame behind the preparation area, just beyond your line of sight. The pan is made of copper lined with tin, and its surface has been oiled lightly with a cloth dipped in a neutral fat that carries almost no scent. He pours a thin layer of beaten egg into the pan, and it spreads across the warm metal in a slow, golden wave that barely makes a sound. When the first layer has set to a soft firmness, he folds it forward with long cooking chopsticks, rolling it gently toward the far edge of the pan. Then he oils the exposed surface once more and pours another thin layer behind the folded portion, allowing it to flow beneath the roll and bond with the layer before. This process repeats slowly, layer upon layer, fold upon fold, until the tamago has built itself into a dense rectangular block of golden strata, resting quietly in the pan. The tamago is traditionally the final course of a sushi meal, and it is also the piece by which many quietly judge the true depth of a master's skill. It requires no rare fish and no exotic ingredient, only egg and dashi stock and sugar and the patient hand of someone who understands heat and timing without thought. He lifts the finished block from the pan and sets it on the cutting board, where it rests with a slight pillowy give beneath the flat of the waiting blade. A single cut divides it cleanly, and the cross-section reveals the many thin layers compressed together, each one a slightly different shade of pale and deeper gold within. He shapes one last mound of rice in his palm pressing it gently twice, and lays the warm slice of tamago across its top with a slow and final gesture. A thin strip of dark nori seaweed is wrapped around the center to hold them together, and the finished piece is placed before you on the bare wooden counter. The tamago catches the lantern light differently than the fish that came before it, glowing with an opaque warmth that resembles amber or the last light of a fading afternoon. Its sweetness reaches you before you taste it, a faint caramel suggestion carried on the warmth still rising from the freshly cooked egg and the seasoned rice beneath it. There is something deeply comforting in the simplicity of this final offering, the way it asks for nothing from you except the willingness to receive what has been carefully made. And with this piece, the meal is complete, and the counter begins to empty of everything except the quietness that has been present here since you first arrived tonight. The shokunin lifts his knife one final time, wipes it slowly from heel to tip with the damp cloth, and slides it back into its slender wooden sheath. He folds the cloth once, then again, and places it beside the cutting board in the exact position where it rested at the very beginning of the evening. The wooden tub is covered and set aside, and the cutting board is wiped with long, even strokes until its surface holds nothing but the faint scent of magnolia wood. One by one, the elements of the counter are returned to their resting places, and each movement is a quiet reversal of the preparations you watched so many hours ago. The basin behind him is drained, and the last thin sound of water over stone fades into a silence that seems to have been waiting patiently for this very moment. The counter is bare again now, exactly as it was when you first entered this room, and its honeyed surface reflects only the soft glow of the remaining lanterns. There is nothing on it. No rice, no fish, no knife, and in that emptiness, there is a completeness that needs nothing added and nothing further taken away. The shokunin gives a single slow bow, his hands resting at his sides, and the gesture carries no ceremony beyond the quiet respect of one who has finished well. He steps back from the counter and moves into the preparation room behind, and his footsteps on the wooden floor grow softer with each step until they disappear entirely. You are alone now at the counter, and the room holds you in its amber stillness, the way a hand might hold a single grain of warm rice. The lanterns are burning lower, and their light has softened to a deep gold that barely reaches the far edges of the room where wooden walls meet gathering shadow. The warmth of the room has settled around you like a blanket drawn slowly over tired shoulders, and the wooden counter radiates the last heat of the evening's long work. Outside, beyond the paper walls, the sea continues its ancient conversation with the shore, and the sound of each wave arrives slower and softer than the one that came before. That rhythm has been here since long before this building stood, before the first fish was packed in rice along a distant river, before the first blade was ever forged. It will continue long after this night has passed, and its patience is the same patience that lives in the hands of every craftsman who has shaped something with care. The lantern nearest to you flickers once and then steadies, and its small flame holds the last of the light in this room like a cupped and gentle palm. Let that light grow softer now. Let it fade at whatever pace feels natural to you, and let the sea carry everything else gently away into the quiet dark. The counter rests. The blade sleeps in its sheath, and the rice remembers nothing now but the warmth of the hand that shaped it one final time tonight. Everything that needed to be done has been done, and everything that needed to be said was spoken in the quiet language of wood and water and patient hands. And you rest here too, in this stillness, in this warmth, with nothing left to hold and nothing left to do but breathe and let the night carry you softly. Close your eyes and let everything fall away. Let the weight of the day lift gently from your shoulders, like smoke rising into a still evening sky. You are standing at the entrance of a narrow mountain valley, somewhere deep in the forested hills of central Japan. The air here is cool and damp, carrying the faint mineral scent of river stones and the sweetness of cedar bark. A footpath of packed earth leads you forward beneath a canopy of ancient trees, their branches heavy with moss and silence. The only sound is the soft rhythm of your own breathing, and somewhere far below, the gentle murmur of a mountain stream. Ahead of you, nestled against a granite hillside, a low wooden structure appears through the trees, like a secret held for centuries. This is the forge, the place where raw earth and patient fire have been joined together for more generations than anyone remembers. Its roof is thatched with layers of dried grass, darkened by years of wood smoke rising through the heavy timbers from within. The walls are rough-hewn planks of cypress, their grain smoothed and polished by the hands of those who have passed through this door. You step inside, and the air changes immediately, becoming warmer and heavier, rich with the dry perfume of old charcoal. At the center of the room sits the forge hearth, a wide rectangular pit lined with clay and filled with pale gray ash. Within the ash, a few embers still glow with a deep and quiet orange, pulsing faintly as if the forge itself were breathing in its sleep. The light from these embers is barely enough to outline the shapes of tools arranged along the far wall with a precision that speaks of ritual. Hammers of different sizes rest on a wooden rack, their iron heads darkened by heat and use, their handles worn smooth by generations of grip. Beside them hang long iron tongs, their jaws slightly open, waiting with the patience of instruments that understand the long silences between their work. A broad wooden water trough stands near the hearth, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the faint ember glow like a pool of captured firelight. And there, kneeling beside the hearth in the near darkness, is the Tosho, the master swordsmith, his figure almost motionless in the amber light. He wears a simple white jacket of rough cotton, its fabric clean and unadorned, the traditional garment of one who approaches sacred work. His hands rest upon his knees, and his eyes are half closed, not in sleep, but in a state of deep and practiced concentration. The stillness around him is not empty, but full, charged with the quiet weight of intention that comes before every deliberate act of creation. You settle into a quiet corner of the forge, lowering yourself onto a worn wooden bench against the wall, and you simply watch. The Tosho reaches forward with unhurried grace and lifts a handful of fresh pine charcoal from a woven basket at his side. Each piece is roughly the size of a small fist, lightweight and porous, broken along clean fracture lines that catch the faint light. He places them one by one into the hearth, arranging them over the sleeping embers with the careful attention of someone composing a prayer. The charcoal settles with a soft, dry whisper against the ash, and for a long moment, nothing else happens in the quiet room. Then the Tosho lowers his face toward the hearth and sends a slow, steady breath across the embers, patient and controlled as a meditation. The glow beneath the charcoal deepens from dull orange to a warm amber, and thin threads of smoke begin to rise like quiet thoughts. The scent of burning pine fills the air, resinous and clean, mixing with the older mineral smell of iron dust and dried clay. You breathe it in slowly, and it feels ancient and grounding, as if the very atmosphere of this room has been distilled over centuries. The charcoal begins to glow at its edges, and the light in the forge shifts subtly, painting the wooden walls with a soft, golden warmth. The Tosho lifts a small pair of bamboo bellows and begins to pump air into the hearth with a rhythm that is unhurried and deeply steady. Each compression sends a low, breathy pulse of air across the coals, and with each pulse, the fire answers with a slightly brighter glow. The sound of the bellows is soft and rhythmic, like the breathing of a sleeping animal, a sound that settles deep into your chest. You feel the warmth of the hearth reach your face and your hands, gentle and enveloping, like sunlight through a window on a winter morning. The Tosho's movements are perfectly measured, each pump of the bellows timed to match the fire's own pace, never rushing, never forcing. He watches the color of the coals with absolute attention, reading their shifting hues the way a musician listens to the silence between notes. Outside, the mountain night is vast and silent, and through the open door, you can see the dark shapes of cedar trees against a sky full of stars. A cool breeze drifts in from the valley, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine needles, and it mingles softly with the forge's rising warmth. The Tosho pauses, sets the bellows aside, and lifts a piece of raw steel from a cloth bundle resting on the earthen floor beside him. It is a rough, irregular fragment about the size of his palm, its surface dull and layered with the gray, crystalline texture of tamahagane. He holds it in both hands for a moment, turning it slowly in the firelight, studying its grain with the reverence of one holding something ancient and alive. This steel was born from iron sand and charcoal fire, in a process that stretches back over 1,000 years into the mountains of Japan. But for now, the history can wait, because tonight is about the fire, the steel, the silence, and the patient hands that will shape them both. The Tosho places the tamahagan gently onto the edge of the hearth, where the heat will warm it slowly before the true work begins at dawn. He folds his hands once more upon his knees and closes his eyes, and the forge settles into a deep and rhythmic quiet around you both. The embers pulse with their soft orange light, and the warmth wraps around you like a blanket woven from firelight and cedar-scented air. Let the rhythm of the forge carry you now, steady and slow, deeper into the warmth, deeper into the stillness of this ancient mountain night. The mountain forge has grown warmer now, and the first pale light of dawn is beginning to soften the darkness beyond the open door. The Tosho has not moved from his place beside the hearth, but the stillness around him has shifted into something quietly purposeful. The embers beneath the fresh charcoal have deepened from amber to a steady, luminous orange that fills the room with a soft radiance. He reaches forward and lifts the piece of tamahagane from the edge of the hearth, where it has been warming through the long night. The steel is no longer cold to the touch, and its dull gray surface has taken on a faint warmth that seems to come from within. With slow, deliberate care, he wraps the fragment in a sheet of rough handmade paper, folding the edges neatly around each irregular surface. Then he dusts the wrapped steel with a fine coating of clay powder and ash, pressing it gently between his palms to seal the mixture. This coating will protect the steel from burning away in the intense heat of the forge, allowing it to heat evenly and cleanly throughout. He places the wrapped tamahagane into the heart of the charcoal bed, nestling it among the glowing coals with a gentle, precise motion. Then he returns to the bellows and begins to pump air steadily into the hearth, each stroke measured and unhurried, matching his own slow breathing. The fire responds with a deepening glow, and the color of the coals shifts gradually from orange toward a brighter, more insistent shade of gold. Minutes pass in this quiet rhythm, the only sounds in the forge being the low pulse of the bellows and the soft settling of charcoal. You feel the heat building against your face and forearms, not harsh or stinging, but broad and enveloping, like standing in warm summer rain. The Tosho watches the fire with absolute attention, his eyes reading the shifting colors of the coals the way a sailor reads the changing sea. When the steel within the fire reaches the correct temperature, its glow will tell him everything he needs to know without any instrument or gauge. This knowledge lives not in books, but in the body, passed from master to apprentice through years of watching and breathing beside the same fire. At last, the Tosho sets the bellows aside and lifts a pair of long iron tongs from the rack, their weight familiar and steady in his grip. He reaches into the hearth and draws out the tamahagane, and the forge fills instantly with a wash of radiant, trembling orange light. The steel glows with a deep and even color, somewhere between ripe apricot and the last light of a sunset seen through thin autumn clouds. Small flakes of burnt clay and ash cling to its surface, falling away in tiny bright embers as he transfers it to the iron anvil. The anvil sits low to the ground on a heavy oak stump, its flat surface polished by countless strikes into a smooth and slightly concave mirror. The Tosho lifts a small forging hammer from his side, its head no larger than a man's fist, compact and precisely balanced for control. He pauses for one breath, holding the hammer still above the glowing steel, and in that single moment, the forge feels completely suspended in time. Then the first strike falls, and you feel it as much as hear it, a clear and resonant tone that travels through the floor beneath you. The impact sends a brief shower of tiny sparks outward from the point of contact, each one tracing a short golden arc before fading into darkness. The sound is not violent or jarring, but deeply musical, like a low bell struck once in the stillness of a mountain temple at dawn. The Tosho strikes again and again, each blow landing in the same precise spot, each impact flattening the steel by only the smallest measurable degree. The rhythm he builds is steady and unhurried, each strike separated by a pause just long enough to let the sound fully dissolve into silence. You find yourself breathing in time with the hammer, your chest rising with each lift and settling with each fall in a deep, natural cadence. The steel yields slowly under the hammer, spreading outward from its center like clay under a potter's palm, bright and alive with stored heat. As the tosho works, the glow of the steel gradually fades from bright orange toward a deeper cherry red, and the metal grows stiffer. He reads this change through the hammer itself, feeling the resistance of the steel increase with each degree of cooling through the handle in his hands. When the color drops below a certain shade, he stops without hesitation, returns the steel to the fire, and begins the bellows once more. This cycle of heating and striking will repeat dozens of times before the first forging session is complete, each round refining the steel further. The carbon trapped within the tamahagan is not evenly distributed, and these early strikes begin the long process of spreading it through the metal. Too much carbon makes steel hard but brittle, and too little makes it tough but soft, unable to hold the fine edge a blade demands. The tosho's task across many days of patient forging is to find the perfect balance between these two qualities within a single piece of steel. The fire crackles softly as new charcoal is added, and the forge fills again with the clean, resinous scent of burning pine and mountain air. Outside, the morning light has grown brighter, but inside the forge, the world remains warm and amber, governed entirely by the rhythm of the flame. The tosho draws the steel from the fire once more, and this time the glow is steady and even, a sign that the metal is responding well. He strikes with the same calm precision, and each impact sends its quiet resonance through the wooden walls and up into the dark thatched roof above. The sparks are fewer now, the surface of the steel growing cleaner and more uniform with each pass through the fire and under the hammer. You watch the tosho's hands moving with a certainty that seems to come from somewhere beyond conscious thought, as natural as breathing or heartbeat. The warmth of the forge surrounds you completely now, and the rhythm of the hammer has become a part of the stillness rather than a break from it. Let that steady pulse carry you deeper into the quiet, each strike landing softly at the edges of your awareness, like a stone sinking into warm water. The tosho sets his hammer down upon the anvil and straightens slowly, rolling his shoulders once before letting his hands rest at his sides. The steel he has been working lies on the edge of the hearth, still faintly glowing, and the forge settles into a temporary quiet around it. He reaches for a rough ceramic cup sitting on the earthen floor and drinks slowly, and you can see the firelight reflected in the water's surface. In this pause between heats, while the charcoal rebuilds its strength and the steel rests, the story of the metal itself begins to unfold. Because the tamahagan lying in this mountain forge did not begin its life as steel at all, but as something much older and simpler. It began as iron sand, called satetsu, fine dark grains scattered through the riverbeds and hillsides of Japan's mountainous interior over countless millennia. If you were to hold a handful of this sand, it would feel heavier than ordinary earth, dense and cool against your palm with a faint metallic sheen. The grains are tiny, no larger than ground pepper, and they cling to one another with a subtle magnetic pull that you can feel between your fingers. For centuries, gatherers waded into cold mountain streams to collect this sand, using simple wooden channels to wash away the lighter soil and stone. The water would carry the ordinary earth downstream, while the heavier iron particles settled at the bottom of the sluice in dark, glistening ribbons. This method, called kana nagashi, reshaped entire hillsides over generations as workers diverted streams to erode the iron-rich granite at their source. The work was slow and seasonal, governed by snowmelt and rainfall, and the gatherers learned to read the color of the water for signs of iron. A darker current meant richer deposits upstream, and the most experienced workers could judge the quality of the sand by its weight alone in their palms. The landscape itself became part of the process, its rivers and slopes slowly surrendering the raw material that would one day become a blade. Once enough iron sand had been gathered, it was carried in heavy straw bundles down narrow mountain paths to the place where the Tatara furnace waited. The Tatara is unlike any furnace you might imagine. Not a small contained fire, but a massive clay structure built fresh for each smelting season. It stands roughly 4 feet tall and 12 feet long, its thick walls made from a special mixture of local clay dried and hardened over weeks. On either side of the furnace, rows of box bellows are arranged in pairs, each one operated by hand to force air deep into the burning core. Before the smelting begins, the ground beneath the Tatara must be prepared with great care to draw moisture away from the furnace floor above. A deep pit is dug and filled with layers of ash and charcoal, creating a dry foundation that will protect the molten steel from contact with damp earth. This preparation alone takes weeks, and the men who build the Tatara work in quiet cooperation, shaping the clay walls with their bare hands and wooden paddles. The clay must be mixed to a precise consistency, thick enough to hold its form under tremendous heat, but porous enough to let trapped moisture escape slowly. When everything is ready, the Mirage, the master smelter who oversees the Tatara, lights the first fire, and the furnace begins to breathe. Charcoal is loaded in first, filling the furnace with a deep bed of fuel, and then the iron sand is added in carefully measured layers on top. The bellows teams begin their work, pumping air into the furnace in continuous alternating rhythm, and the temperature inside begins its slow and steady climb. Over the next 3 days and 3 nights, the Tatara will burn without interruption, consuming nearly 25 tons of charcoal and 12 tons of iron sand. The bellows operators work in shifts through the darkness, and the glow of the furnace can be seen from distant ridgelines like a fallen star on the mountainside. The air around the Tatara shimmers with heat, and the smell of burning charcoal mixes with the sharp mineral scent of iron changing its nature deep within. The Mirage stands watch through every hour, reading the color of the flames and the sound of the furnace to judge the progress of the steel forming below. Inside the Tatara, the charcoal does more than simply provide heat, as its carbon slowly migrates into the iron, transforming soft metal into something harder. The temperature never reaches the point where the iron fully melts, and instead, it softens into a thick, spongy mass that absorbs carbon unevenly throughout its structure. This is deliberate and essential because the uneven distribution of carbon creates pieces of steel with different hardness within the same single bloom of raw metal. Periodically, the Mirage orders the clay wall broken open at the base, and rivers of glowing liquid slag pour out across the darkened ground like slow lava. The slag carries away impurities, leaving behind an increasingly pure mass of steel and iron growing slowly at the bottom of the furnace through the long hours. When the 3 days are complete, the Tatara is broken apart entirely, its clay walls pulled down to reveal the Kira, a massive rough block of raw steel. The Kira weighs roughly 2 tons, but only a small portion of it will contain the prized Tamahagan, the high-carbon jewel steel that a swordsmith requires. The Mirage and his team break the Kira apart with heavy sledges, examining each fractured surface for the bright, crystalline grain that reveals the best steel within. The sound of the sledge striking the Kira rings differently depending on the carbon content, and an experienced ear can distinguish high-carbon steel from soft iron by tone alone. These chosen fragments are sorted and set aside, each one a small, dense piece of metal carrying within it the memory of sand and river and fire. It is one of these fragments that now rests on the edge of the hearth beside you, warming slowly in the amber light of the forge once more. The Tosho finishes his water, sets the cup down softly on the earthen floor, and turns his attention back to the steel with quiet, renewed focus. He lifts the bellows again, and the familiar rhythm returns to the room, steady and low, folding you back into the warmth of the fire's patient breath. The forge has found its rhythm now, a steady pulse of heat and sound and patient effort that fills the small room like a heartbeat. The Tosho kneels before the anvil with the Tamahagan resting in the fire, and the morning light outside has climbed well above the tree line. But inside these walls, time moves differently, measured not in hours, but in the number of heats drawn from the charcoal and worked under the hammer. The steel has already been through its first rounds of forging, flattened and consolidated from a rough fragment into a denser, more uniform shape. Now the Tosho is ready to begin the process that gives the Japanese blade its most distinctive quality, the folding of the steel upon itself. He draws the heated metal from the fire and places it on the anvil, where it glows with that deep and steady orange you have come to recognize. With measured strikes, he hammers the piece flat, spreading it into a rectangular plate roughly the length of his hand and no thicker than his smallest finger. Each blow pushes the steel outward evenly, and you can see the surface stretch and brighten with each impact as fresh metal is exposed beneath the scale. When the plate is thin enough, the Tosho takes a sharp chisel and scores a deep line across the center of the steel, but he does not cut through. Instead, he returns the scored plate to the fire, heats it once more to a bright orange, and then lifts it to the anvil with steady hands. Using the tongs to grip one end, he folds the steel over upon itself along the scored line, pressing the two halves together like the pages of a closing book. Then the hammer falls again, and with each strike the two layers of steel are driven into one another, welding together under the combined force of heat and pressure. The moment of welding produces a brief cascade of bright sparks as trapped impurities and oxidized iron are expelled from between the joining surfaces of the metal. These sparks scatter across the earthen floor in short golden arcs, and the air fills with a faint, sharp scent like hot stone struck against iron. You feel the vibration of each hammer blow travel through the wooden bench beneath you, a deep and reassuring tremor that settles into your bones like warmth. What was one layer of steel is now two layers bonded into a single piece, and the Tosho immediately begins to flatten this new piece once more. He will score it again, fold it again, and weld it again, repeating this exact cycle with the same unhurried precision he has maintained since dawn. Each fold doubles the number of layers within the steel, so that after just 10 folds, the metal contains over 1,000 individual layers pressed together. After 15 folds, the number surpasses 30,000, and the steel has become something fundamentally different from the rough fragment that entered the fire hours before. The purpose of this patient repetition is not merely structural, but chemical, as each fold redistributes the carbon more evenly throughout the body of the metal. Pockets of high-carbon steel are stretched thin and interwoven with softer, iron-rich layers, creating a composite material of remarkable strength, balanced with controlled flexibility. At the same time, each fold drives out microscopic impurities, tiny particles of slag and silica that weaken the steel if allowed to remain clustered together within. The Tosho does not count the folds mechanically, but judges the steel by feel, by the way it responds to the hammer, by its color and its voice. When he strikes a piece that still carries too much impurity, the sound is dull and flat, absorbed by the inconsistencies hidden within the metal's grain. But as the folding progresses and the steel grows purer, the hammer's tone brightens and clarifies, ringing with a clean resonance that speaks of increasing uniformity. The Tosho listens to this voice with each strike, and his decisions about when to fold again and when to stop are guided by what the metal tells him. This dialogue between smith and steel is the heart of the Japanese forging tradition, a practice that has been refined across more than 800 years of continuous craft. The earliest swordsmiths discovered the principle of folding through centuries of trial, learning that the blades forged this way held sharper edges and resisted breaking under impact. They did not understand the chemistry of carbon distribution, but they understood the results, and they encoded their knowledge in the physical language of the forge itself. Each master passed the technique to his apprentices, not through written formulas, but through demonstration, correction, and the shared experience of standing beside the same anvil. The apprentice learned to read the color of heated steel by watching his master's eyes, and learned the correct force of a blow by feeling it through his own arms. This is why the folding process looks the same today as it did in the forges of the Kamakura period over 7 centuries ago in these same mountains. The Tosho before you is not performing a historical recreation, but continuing an unbroken chain of transmitted knowledge that connects his hands to those of every smith before him. He draws the steel from the fire once more, and as he flattens it, you notice something new on the surface of the bright, glowing metal. Faint lines have begun to appear along the length of the piece, subtle variations in texture where the folded layers meet and separate at the surface. These lines are the earliest visible sign of the jihada, the grain pattern of the steel that will eventually become visible on the finished and polished blade. The jihada is unique to every blade ever forged, as individual as a fingerprint, shaped by the exact number of folds and the direction of each one. Some smiths fold the steel always in the same direction, producing straight parallel layers, while others alternate the angle to create swirling or wood grain patterns within the metal. The Tosho scores the steel once more along its center line, returns it to the fire, and you watch the charcoal settle around it with a soft whisper. The bellows resume their steady breathing, and the warmth of the forge deepens around you as the hours fold into one another, quiet and indistinguishable as the steel itself. The folding is complete, and the steel that now rests in the fire is no longer a rough fragment, but a refined and consolidated block of layered metal. Thousands of individual layers lie compressed within it, each one thinner than a sheet of paper, bonded together into a single dense and unified body. The Tosho has spent many hours bringing the metal to this state, and the forge around you carries the accumulated warmth of all those patient heats. Now his task changes, because the steel must be drawn out from a compact block into the long, tapering shape that will become the body of a blade. He pulls the glowing steel from the hearth and lays it on the anvil, and you can see that it is roughly rectangular and about the size of his hand. With deliberate angled strikes, he begins to lengthen the piece, hammering one end forward while holding the other steady in the grip of the tongs. Each blow stretches the steel incrementally, and with every return to the fire and every new series of strikes, the shape grows longer and more slender. The Tosho rotates the piece frequently, working all four faces evenly so that the emerging form stays straight and the thickness remains consistent from end to end. Over the course of many heats, the block transforms into a long bar with a subtle taper, thicker at one end and narrower at the other. This intermediate form is called the tsunobe, the rough blank from which the final blade geometry will be carved through further shaping and careful hammerwork. The Tosho pauses to examine the tsunobe in the firelight, turning it slowly and sighting along its length the way a carpenter checks a beam for true. He is looking for any twist or deviation in the steel, any subtle bend introduced during the drawing out process that must be corrected before the shaping continues. Satisfied, he returns the tsunobe to the fire and begins working the steel into its more detailed form, defining the geometry of the blade's cross-section with precision. The wider end is shaped into the tang, called the nakago, the hidden portion that will eventually be concealed within the wooden handle of the finished sword. The longer section is drawn out further, and its edges are carefully defined, with the spine thicker for strength and the edge side tapering gradually toward a thin line. At this stage, the blade has no edge and no curve, and if you did not know what it would become, it might look like a simple flat iron bar. But within this plain shape, the Tosho already sees the finished sword, just as a sculptor is said to see the figure waiting inside the uncarved stone. The shape he is creating follows a tradition whose origins reach far back into the earliest centuries of Japanese metalworking and the influence of continental Asia. The first swords made in Japan were not curved at all, but straight double-edged blades modeled directly on Chinese and Korean designs imported during the Kofun period. These early weapons, known as chokuto, were primarily thrusting swords designed for use by foot soldiers in close combat formations on open ground. Their blades were forged from relatively simple iron, and their construction reflected a time before Japanese smiths had fully developed their own distinct traditions of steelwork. Some of these ancient straight swords have survived in temple vaults and imperial collections, their iron surfaces dark with age, but their forms still sharp and purposeful. For several centuries, the chokuto served the warriors of the Japanese islands adequately, but the nature of warfare was changing in ways that would demand a different weapon. During the Heian period, from the late 8th century onward, military power shifted away from centralized imperial armies toward regional warrior clans guarding distant provincial frontiers. These warriors fought increasingly on horseback, patrolling vast territories of forested mountains and open plains where speed and mobility mattered more than rigid infantry formations. A mounted warrior needed a blade that could deliver a powerful cutting stroke while riding at speed, and the straight chokuto was poorly suited to this purpose. A straight blade driven downward from horseback tends to bite into the target and stick, requiring the rider to wrench it free at the cost of balance. But a curved blade moves through the target along an arc, and its geometry allows the cut to complete itself naturally as the horse carries the rider forward. Sometime during the late Heian period, smiths in the northern provinces of Japan began producing blades with a distinct curvature concentrated near the hilt of the sword. These were the first tachi, long curved swords worn suspended from the belt with the cutting edge facing downward, designed specifically for the draw and cut motion of mounted combat. The tachi represented a fundamental departure from the imported continental designs, and its development marked the beginning of a uniquely Japanese tradition of bladecraft. The curve was not imposed on the blade by bending the heated metal, but arose naturally from the differential structure of the steel itself during the hardening process. This technique, which the tosho beside you will perform in the hours ahead, allows the blade to find its own curvature through the physics of cooling steel. The tachi dominated the battlefields of Japan for centuries, carried by the warrior class that would eventually become known to the world as the samurai. As the centuries passed and the nature of warfare continued to evolve, the sword evolved with it, growing shorter and shifting its curve to serve new fighting methods. But those changes lie ahead in the story, and for now the tosho is focused entirely on the steel taking shape beneath his hammer in the quiet forge. He turns the tsunobe once more on the anvil, refining the taper of the edgeline with light, precise strikes that barely dimple the surface of the metal. The sound of the hammer has grown quieter now, almost delicate, as the work shifts from the broad shaping of mass to the fine definition of geometry and form. The blade is beginning to emerge from the steel like something that was always there, waiting to be uncovered by the slow and deliberate removal of everything unnecessary. The forge fire pulses steadily beside you, and the tosho's hands move with the same quiet certainty that has guided every step of this long and unhurried journey. The shaped blade rests on a wooden stand beside the hearth, and the tosho sits quietly before it, studying the long, tapering form he has drawn from the steel. The forge has grown still around him, the bellows silent, the fire settling into a bed of gently pulsing coals that cast a low amber light. What comes next is the single most decisive step in the entire creation of the sword, and everything the tosho has done until now has been leading toward this moment. He reaches for a wooden bowl at his side, and inside it is a thick paste made from clay, charcoal powder, and finely ground sandstone mixed with water. This mixture, called tsuchioki, will be applied to the surface of the blade in a pattern that will determine the sword's final character and its soul. Using a small bamboo spatula, the tosho begins to spread the clay mixture along the blade, working with the focused precision of a calligrapher composing a single brush stroke. Along the cutting edge, he applies the clay in a thin and delicate layer, barely more than a wash of muddy water across the bright steel surface. Along the spine and the upper body of the blade, he builds the clay much thicker, pressing it firmly into place until it stands in a dense raised ridge. The boundary between the thin clay and the thick clay follows a deliberate pattern, a flowing line that the tosho draws freehand from memory and instinct. This line is his signature, the mark of his school and his lineage, and no two smiths in the long history of the craft have ever drawn it identically. The blade must now dry, and the tosho sets it aside and waits. And you notice that the light outside the forge has faded into the gray of early evening. An entire day has passed since the folding began, and the mountain valley has grown quiet again, the bird song replaced by the distant murmur of the stream below. The tachi, that long curved blade born in the Heian period for mounted warfare, remained the dominant sword of the Japanese warrior class for nearly 300 years. But during the Kamakura period, beginning in the late 12th century, the nature of battle shifted again as warfare grew more intense and more closely fought on foot. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century tested the limits of Japanese arms and armor, exposing weaknesses in blades that had been designed for single combat between mounted warriors. Smiths responded by forging wider, thicker blades with more pronounced curvature and sturdier points, producing swords better suited to the heavier demands of large-scale defensive warfare. Over the following centuries, as combat increasingly involved foot soldiers in close formation, warriors began to favor a shorter blade, worn thrust through the belt with the edge upward. This was the katana, a weapon designed to be drawn and cut in a single fluid motion, its length and balance optimized for the swift, decisive encounters of close combat. The transition from tachi to katana was gradual rather than sudden, spanning the Muromachi period and reflecting broader changes in military organization across Japan. During these same centuries, distinct regional traditions of swordsmithing emerged, known collectively as the Gokaden, the 5 traditions of Japanese bladecraft. The Yamashiro tradition of Kyoto was known for its elegant, refined blades with straight and orderly grain patterns, suited to the aesthetics of the imperial capital. The Bison tradition, from the iron-rich provinces along the inland sea, produced robust blades with vivid and active surface patterns, prized by warrior clans across the country. The Soshu tradition, developed in Kamakura under the great smith Masamune, created blades of exceptional artistry with bold and dramatic hardening patterns visible along the cutting edge. Each tradition developed its own recipe for the clay mixture and its own distinctive pattern for applying it to the blade before the moment of hardening. The tosho working before you tonight stands within one of these long traditions, and the clay pattern he has drawn carries the visual signature of his lineage. The blade is dry now, the clay firm and pale against the dark steel, and the Tosho rises and moves to the hearth with quiet deliberation. He builds the charcoal carefully around the blade, and when the fire is ready, he slides the clay-coated steel into the glowing coals with slow and steady hands. Then he orders every light in the forge extinguished, and you find yourself sitting in near total darkness, lit only by the deep orange pulse of the hearth below. The darkness is deliberate, because the Tosho must judge the temperature of the blade by color alone, and even a small lantern would corrupt his ability to read the steel. Minutes pass in perfect silence as the blade heats, and you watch the steel slowly emerge from darkness into a faint red glow that deepens steadily toward bright cherry. The Tosho watches without blinking, his entire being concentrated on the color of the steel, waiting for the precise shade that tells him the moment has arrived. When it comes, he moves without hesitation, drawing the blade from the fire and bringing it in a single smooth motion to the water trough beside the anvil. The glowing steel enters the water, and a soft curtain of steam rises into the dark air of the forge, pale and quiet, unfolding upward like silk released from tension. In the water, the thin clay along the edge allows the steel to cool rapidly, hardening it to an extraordinary degree in the span of a single breath. The thick clay along the spine insulates the metal beneath it, letting it cool slowly and remain softer, more flexible, and resistant to the shock of impact. This difference in cooling speed creates two distinct structures within a single piece of steel, a hard edge joined seamlessly to a resilient spine by a boundary of transformed metal. And it is this difference that causes the blade to curve, because the harder steel along the edge contracts differently from the softer steel along the spine as both cool. The curve is not forced, but inevitable, an expression of the steel's own nature responding to the conditions the Tosho has set in motion with the quiet authority of certainty. The Tosho lifts the blade from the water and holds it before him in the near darkness, and even now, wet and rough, the arc of the sword is unmistakable. The forge is silent, the water still, and the faintest wisps of steam dissolve into the cool mountain air drifting through the open door behind you. Many days have passed since the fire of the forge last filled this room with its deep and steady warmth, and the mountain has turned quiet around you once more. The charcoal has gone cold in the hearth, and the ash has settled into a fine pale layer that covers the clay lining like a dusting of early snow. The hammers rest on their wooden rack against the far wall, their iron heads dark and still, and the tongs hang motionless with their jaws slightly open. The water trough has been drained and wiped clean, and the wooden surface of the anvil stump has been swept smooth of every last flake of iron scale. The forge is at rest, and the silence within it is not the silence of absence, but of something completed, a task carried through to its natural end. Outside, the evening has settled over the valley in deep shades of blue and gray, and the cedar trees stand perfectly still against a sky beginning to fill with stars. The air is cool and carries the scent of damp earth and moss, the same mountain air that greeted you when you first walked the narrow path to this door. Somewhere below, the stream continues its quiet murmur over smooth stones, a sound so constant and gentle that it has become indistinguishable from the silence itself. In a small adjoining room, lit only by a single oil lamp, the Togishi sits cross-legged on a low wooden platform, his back straight and his breathing slow. The Togishi is the polisher, the craftsman whose patient work reveals everything the swordsmith has built within the steel during the long days of forging and hardening. Before him, the blade rests on a padded wooden block, and beside it lies a series of polishing stones, arranged in a row from coarsest to finest. The coarsest stones have already done their work, removing the rough surface left by the forge and the file and the preliminary grinding. Now the Togishi is working with the finer stones, and his movements are so slow and so controlled that they barely seem like motion at all. He draws a small, flat stone along the surface of the blade in long, even strokes, each one following the same path as the last, with no visible deviation. The sound of the stone against the steel is barely audible, a soft whisper like a fingertip drawn slowly across the surface of fine-grained paper. With each stroke, a thin film of milky water gathers on the blade, a mixture of dissolved stone and microscopic particles of steel lifted gently from the surface. The Togishi wipes this away with a small cloth, examines the steel under the lamplight, and then returns to the same patient rhythm without pause or hurry. Layer by layer, the true surface of the blade is emerging, and with it, the patterns that the swordsmith sealed within the metal during the folding and hardening. The jihada, the grain of the folded steel, appears first, a subtle texture of fine layered lines flowing along the length of the blade like wood grain in aged cypress. Under the Togishi's stones, this grain catches the light differently at every angle, shifting between bright and dark as the lamp flame moves in the still air. Then, as the polishing reaches its finest stages, the Haman begins to reveal itself along the boundary between the hardened edge and the softer spine above it. The Haman is a line of cloudy white that follows the pattern the Tosho painted in clay before the moment of quenching, now made permanent and visible in the steel. It moves along the blade in gentle undulations, like a bank of low clouds seen from a distance, or like mist lying in the folds of a mountain valley. Within the Haman, tiny bright particles of crystallized steel catch the lamplight, like scattered grains of sand on a dark shore, each one a frozen record of the hardening. The Togishi works for hours more, refining the surface through progressively finer stones, until the steel carries a polish so deep it seems to hold light within itself. When the polishing is complete, the blade lies on its stand in the lamplight, and the room is so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat in your chest. The Tosho enters the room and kneels beside the Togishi, and for a long moment neither man speaks as they look at the finished blade together in silence. What lies before them is the product of everything that came before. The iron sand gathered from cold mountain streams, the 3-day fire of the ancient furnace, the patient folding that built thousands of layers within the steel, the shaping of the tsunobe, and the still decisive moment when the blade entered the water and curved. Every step in that long journey is recorded somewhere in this blade, written in the language of grain and temper line, and the quiet mathematics of carbon and heat. The Tosho lifts the sword and carries it to the open doorway of the forge, and you follow him into the cool stillness of the mountain night outside. The sky above the valley is vast and clear, filled with more stars than you have ever seen, and the air is so still that the cedars do not move. He holds the blade upward, and the polished surface catches the moonlight along its entire length, a single unbroken line of pale silver against the darkness of the trees. The Haemon glows faintly along the edge, and the curve of the blade mirrors the gentle arc of the hillside, rising behind the forge into the starlit sky. For a long moment, the Tosho stands motionless, holding the blade in the moonlight, and the forest and the stream and the stars seem to hold their breath with him. Then he lowers the sword slowly, wraps it in a length of soft cloth, and carries it back inside the forge where the oil lamp still burns low. He sets the wrapped blade on the wooden stand, kneels beside it, and lets his hands rest upon his knees in the same posture you first saw at the beginning. The forge is quiet, the fire is cold, and the work is done, and the only light in the room is the soft amber glow of the lamp beside him. The mountain night settles around you both like a blanket, deep and still, carrying nothing but the distant sound of water and the faintest scent of cedar and old charcoal. Let your eyes close now, as the Tosho's eyes are closing, and let the stillness of this ancient room carry you gently into the quiet depths of sleep. Close your eyes and let everything fall away. You are standing on top of a wall, high in the mountains of northern China, and the night air is cool against your skin. Stars fill the sky above you, and the wall stretches ahead into the darkness like a stone river frozen mid-flow. This is the Great Wall of China, and almost everything you think you know about it is probably wrong. Let us start with the most famous myth of all. You have probably heard that the Great Wall is visible from space, and it sounds like the kind of thing that should be true. A structure so enormous, so ambitious, that astronauts can spot it from orbit with their bare eyes. But they cannot. Multiple astronauts have confirmed this, and the reason is surprisingly simple. The wall is long, yes, but it is only about 5 meters wide, roughly the width of a 2-lane road. From space, trying to see the wall would be like trying to spot a single human hair from 2 miles away. The myth has been around for centuries, long before anyone actually went to space to check. Here is something else most people get wrong. They imagine the Great Wall as one enormous construction project, as if a single emperor woke up one morning and decided to build a wall across China. That is not what happened. The Great Wall is not one wall. It is dozens of walls built over more than 2,000 years by rival kingdoms that were often at war with each other. Some of those walls ran parallel. Some overlapped. Some were built specifically to keep out the neighbors who had built the previous wall. The earliest sections date back to the 7th century BC, when small feudal states in northern China began piling up earthen barriers against raiding parties from the steppe. Those first walls were not stone at all. They were rammed earth, made by pounding layers of dirt between wooden frames until the soil became as hard as brick. Some of those rammed earth sections still stand today, more than 2,000 years later, baked by sun and wind into something almost geological. But the man who turned the wall into a national obsession was Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. He came to power in 221 BC after conquering all 6 rival kingdoms, and he immediately ordered their separate border walls linked together into one continuous barrier across the north. Hundreds of thousands of workers were conscripted for the project, including soldiers, peasants, and convicted criminals. The conditions were brutal. Workers hauled earth and stone up mountain ridges by hand, and many of them never came home. Chinese historians would later write that bodies were buried within the wall itself, though modern archaeology has found little evidence of this. What is certain is that the human cost was enormous, and the wall became a symbol of imperial ambition built on ordinary suffering. The emperor himself was a man of extraordinary contradictions. He standardized weights, measures, currency, and even the width of cart axles across his empire. He built roads and canals that connected distant provinces for the first time, and yet he was consumed by a terror of dying. Qin Shi Huang spent years searching for an elixir of immortality. His court alchemists prepared potions they promised would grant eternal life. Many of those potions contained mercury, which the alchemists considered a substance of transformation and power. Modern historians believe the mercury slowly poisoned him. The emperor, who feared death above all else, was likely killed by his own desperate attempts to avoid it. He died in 210 BC while traveling far from the capital, and his closest advisors faced a problem. If word of the emperor's death spread before they could secure the succession, the empire might collapse into civil war. So they kept it secret. They continued the journey as if nothing had happened, issuing orders in the emperor's name from behind the curtains of his carriage. But it was summer, and the body began to decay. To mask the smell, they ordered carts of salted fish to travel directly ahead and behind the imperial carriage. For weeks, the procession moved through the countryside surrounded by the overpowering stench of preserved fish, and no one outside the inner circle knew the emperor was dead. Meanwhile, the wall he had commanded continued to grow, long after the man who ordered it had gone silent in his carriage. You lean against the stone parapet now, and the wind moves steadily across the ridge. The wall beneath your hands feels solid in a way that modern concrete rarely does, and there is a reason for that. During the Ming Dynasty, roughly the 1300s through the 1600s, builders developed a mortar recipe that was genuinely remarkable. They mixed lime with sticky rice, the same glutinous rice used in cooking, and created a paste that seeped into every crack and gap in the stonework. Laboratory tests conducted in recent years have shown that this sticky rice mortar is stronger than Portland cement, the standard building material of the modern world. The organic compounds in the rice created a denser, more compact microstructure that resisted cracking and weathering for centuries. The builders of the Ming Dynasty could not have explained the chemistry, but they understood through generations of trial and error that rice made their walls last. And last they did. The sections most tourists visit today. The dramatic stone staircases climbing steep mountain ridges near Beijing are almost entirely Ming Dynasty construction. They are roughly 500 to 700 years old, held together by sticky rice and the patience of workers who carried every ingredient up these mountains by hand. The total length of all wall sections ever built, when measured by China's State Administration of Cultural Heritage, comes to more than 21,000 kilometers. That is longer than the distance from New York to Perth, Australia, halfway around the planet. Of course, much of that length is now ruins or buried mounds of earth that you would walk past without recognizing as a wall at all. But the sheer ambition of it remains almost impossible to grasp, even standing here in the dark with the stones under your feet. This wall was not built by one empire with a grand vision. It was built by centuries of fear, ambition, stubbornness, and the labor of millions of ordinary people whose names were never written down. And in the chapters ahead, you will walk deeper along this wall and discover the lives that filled it. The soldiers who grew vegetables in tiny garrison gardens, the merchants who passed through its gates carrying tea and silk, the signal fires that could send a message 500 miles in a single day. But for now, the night is quiet, and the wall holds you up above the valley, like a bridge between the world you know and the world that built this place. Rest here for a moment. There is so much more to discover. Imagine being posted to the farthest edge of everything you have ever known, where the farmland ends and the grassland begins, and your only company is a handful of fellow soldiers and a wall. That was daily life for the garrison troops of the Great Wall, and it was not the heroic existence that imperial propaganda suggested. Most soldiers stationed along the wall were not elite warriors. They were ordinary conscripts, farmers pulled from their villages for years of mandatory service. They arrived carrying everything they owned, and what greeted them was a watchtower made of stone and packed earth, usually no larger than a modest apartment. A typical Ming Dynasty watchtower stood about 12 meters tall and housed a garrison of somewhere between 30 and 50 men. The ground floor was used for storage, the middle floors for sleeping and cooking, and the rooftop served as the observation platform. Space was tight, privacy was non-existent, and the wind at that altitude cut through clothing like it was not there at all. But the soldiers adapted, as soldiers always do, and one of the ways they adapted was surprisingly domestic. On the rooftops and in the small courtyards of garrison towers, soldiers planted gardens. They grew vegetables in shallow beds of soil carried up from the valleys below, coaxing scallions, garlic, and leafy greens out of the thin mountain air. It was partly practical, because supply deliveries were unreliable and the official rations were monotonous at best. But it was also something else. A small garden is a quiet protest against the bleakness of a military posting on the edge of nowhere. The basic garrison diet consisted mainly of millet porridge, sometimes supplemented with salted meat or dried vegetables sent from towns in the lowlands. When supplies were delayed, which happened often during winter or periods of conflict, the soldiers relied on whatever they had stored or grown themselves. Archaeological excavations at wall sites have uncovered grinding stones, cooking pots, and the remains of grain stores, the quiet evidence of men simply trying to feed themselves far from home. Letters from wall garrisons have survived as well, written on bamboo strips and wooden tablets, and many of them are heartbreakingly mundane. Soldiers wrote home asking for warmer clothing, for news of their families, for money to buy supplies that the military failed to provide. One famous collection of garrison letters, discovered near the northwestern frontier, includes a soldier complaining that his winter trousers had not arrived and asking his family to send them urgently. 2,000 years later, the request still feels familiar. You walk along the top of the wall now, passing another watchtower as the stars shift slowly overhead. If you had been standing here during an actual alert, you would have witnessed one of the most impressive communication systems of the ancient world. The Great Wall's beacon fire network could transmit a warning message across 500 miles in a single day, at a time when the fastest horse courier took many days to cover the same distance. The system worked like a relay. When lookouts at a frontier tower spotted an approaching enemy force, they lit a fire on the tower's rooftop platform. The next tower, usually positioned within clear line of sight a few miles away, saw the smoke and lit its own fire, and the signal leapt from tower to tower across the mountains. During the day, smoke was the primary signal. At night, open flame was used instead, because smoke would be invisible against a dark sky. And not just any fuel would do. The garrisons along the wall preferred to burn wolf dung for their signal fires, and they had a very specific reason. Smoke from burning wood tends to scatter quickly in strong wind, breaking apart before the neighboring tower can read it clearly. But smoke from wolf dung holds its shape. It rises in a thick, cohesive column that remains visible even in the harsh winds that sweep across the northern mountains. Soldiers collected and dried wolf dung in dedicated storage areas within the watchtowers, treating it as essential military equipment rather than waste. The system was not limited to a simple yes or no alarm either. The number of fires lit simultaneously conveyed specific information about the size of the approaching threat. One fire meant a small raiding party. 2 fires indicated a larger force. 3 or more fires signaled a serious invasion requiring immediate reinforcements. Commanders stationed deeper within the interior could look toward the frontier and read the severity of the situation at a glance, then dispatch troops accordingly. It was elegant, reliable, and far faster than any alternative available at the time. The beacon system also created an unexpected problem that tells you something about human nature. According to Chinese historical tradition, King Yu of Zhou, who ruled centuries before Qin Shi Huang, once lit the beacon fires as a joke to amuse a concubine who rarely smiled. The lords of neighboring regions rushed to the capital with their armies, only to find there was no emergency, and the concubine finally laughed at the spectacle of confused soldiers. When a real invasion came later, the king lit the beacons again, and no one responded. Historians debate whether this story is literally true, but it has survived for over 2,000 years as a cautionary tale about the cost of false alarms. Beyond the beacon system, watchtower life followed a rhythm dictated by duty rosters and the slow rotation of the seasons. Soldiers took turns on watch, scanning the northern horizon for dust clouds that might signal approaching riders from the steppe. A dust cloud moving fast and staying low usually meant cavalry. A wider, slower cloud suggested livestock being driven southward, which might mean a migration rather than a raid. Learning to read the landscape was a survival skill. The difference between correctly interpreting a dust cloud and misreading it could determine whether reinforcements arrived in time. Off-duty hours were filled with equipment maintenance, cooking, and the particular boredom that comes from guarding a border where nothing happens for weeks at a time. Gambling was common. Despite being officially forbidden, And archaeological finds at garrison sites include dice and game boards scratched into stone surfaces. Some soldiers carved graffiti into the walls of their towers, leaving behind names, dates, and occasionally small drawings that have outlasted every other record of their existence. These markings are not grand inscriptions. They are the idle scratchings of bored young men far from home, and they are among the most human artifacts the wall has preserved. The garrison system also required a vast logistics network that stretched hundreds of miles behind the wall itself. Grain, weapons, clothing, and construction materials had to be transported from production centers deep in the interior to remote mountain outposts that were often accessible only by narrow paths. Donkeys and mules carried most of the load, picking their way along trails that clung to the edges of steep ridges. The supply chain was the unglamorous backbone of the entire wall system, and when it failed, garrisons weakened and sections of the wall fell into disrepair. Keeping the wall functioning was never a single act of construction. It was a continuous, exhausting commitment of resources, labor, and political will that had to be renewed by every generation. When a dynasty was strong and centralized, the wall was maintained and its garrisons were well supplied. When a dynasty weakened, the frontier soldiers were often the first to be forgotten, left to fend for themselves in towers that slowly crumbled around them. You pause now beside one of those towers, resting your hand against the cold stone. Somewhere inside this structure, centuries ago, a soldier tended a small fire and waited for morning, watching the same stars you are watching now. He might have been thinking about his family, or his garden, or the trousers he asked them to send. The wall remembers none of this and all of this, holding the shape of every life that passed through it without recording a single name. Rest here for a moment, beside the tower. The next stretch of wall will take you to the gates where merchants gathered and where the real business of the frontier began. You continue walking along the wall, and the path begins to descend toward a wide valley where two ridges nearly touch. In the gap between them, the wall thickens and drops to ground level, and you can make out the outline of a massive gate complex built into the stonework. This is where the wall stopped being a barrier and started being a border crossing, because the Great Wall was never just a military structure. It was a customs checkpoint, a tax collection point, and the place where two very different economies met and did business with each other. The civilizations south of the wall were agrarian. They grew rice, wheat, and millet. They raised silkworms, and they produced tea in enormous quantities. The peoples north of the wall were pastoral nomads. They raised horses, sheep, cattle, and goats across the vast grasslands of the Mongolian steppe. Each side had something the other desperately needed, and the wall's gates were where the exchange happened. The basic equation was remarkably simple. Tea went north, and horses came south. The nomadic peoples of the steppe had developed a deep dependence on tea, not merely as a pleasant drink, but as a nutritional necessity. Their diet consisted heavily of meat and dairy, and tea provided essential vitamins and aided digestion in ways that no other available food or drink could match. For the Chinese empires, horses were equally critical. The steppe breeds were larger, faster, and hardier than anything raised in the agricultural south. Without a steady supply of northern horses, Imperial armies could not field effective cavalry, and without cavalry, they could not defend the very wall that controlled the horse trade. It was a cycle of mutual dependence that no amount of political hostility could entirely break. The tea-horse trade became so important that the government formalized it into an official exchange system with fixed rates. During certain periods, one good war horse could be traded for as much as 60 or 70 kilograms of compressed tea bricks. Tea bricks, incidentally, were not just a convenient packaging format. On the steppe, compressed tea functioned as a form of currency in its own right. You could buy a sheep with the right quantity of tea bricks, which made them simultaneously a beverage, a trade good, and money. The gate towns that grew up around the wall's major passes became thriving commercial hubs, far livelier than the lonely watchtowers on the ridges above. Markets clustered on both sides of the wall, and on busy trading days, the gates were crowded with camel trains, horse herds, and merchants haggling in multiple languages. Silk was another major export heading north and west. Chinese silk had been reaching Central Asia and even Rome for centuries along the network of routes collectively known as the Silk Road. Many of those routes passed directly through gates in the Great Wall, making the wall not an endpoint, but a way station on a trading network that stretched across the entire continent. The most famous of these gateways was the Jade Gate, or Yumen Pass, which stood at the western end of the wall in what is now Gansu province. Its name came from the jade that was carried through it from the mines of Central Asia, a stone the Chinese valued more highly than gold. Passing through the Jade Gate meant leaving the protection of the wall and entering the open desert and steppe beyond, a transition that poets and travelers wrote about for centuries. But trade through the wall was never entirely free. The gates were controlled, and the government taxed nearly everything that passed through them. Officials stationed at the gates inspected goods, collected duties, and maintained detailed records of what entered and what left the empire. These customs records have survived in some cases, written on wooden slips that were preserved by the dry desert climate near the western wall sections. They reveal a trade that went far beyond tea, silk, and horses. Furs, medicinal herbs, rhubarb, musk, and precious metals all moved through the gates in both directions. Where there are customs officials, of course, there are smugglers, and the Great Wall had plenty of both. Contraband trade flourished along the less guarded sections of the wall, particularly in remote areas where garrison strength was low and the terrain offered cover. Salt was a common smuggled good because the government maintained a monopoly on salt production and taxed it heavily. Enterprising merchants found ways to move untaxed salt through gaps in the wall around its endpoints, or simply by bribing the soldiers stationed at smaller gates. The authorities responded with harsher penalties, which mostly just raised the price smugglers could charge without actually stopping the trade. This pattern, strict regulation followed by creative evasion, repeated itself along the wall for centuries, a quiet contest between the state and the market that the market usually won. You step through the gate now, moving from the Chinese side to the northern side, and even in your imagination, the atmosphere shifts. The farmland gives way to open grassland, and the air smells different, drier and sharper, carrying the faint scent of wild thyme and livestock. The cultural exchange across this border was far deeper than most people realize. Food traditions crossed the wall in both directions. Noodle-making techniques may have traveled northward into Central Asia, while dairy fermentation practices came south. Musical instruments, clothing styles, and even words migrated back and forth across the frontier through centuries of contact between settled farmers and mobile herders. Intermarriage between Chinese frontier settlers and nomadic peoples was common, despite periodic government attempts to restrict it. Children of these mixed families grew up bilingual, comfortable on both sides of the wall, and often became the most effective interpreters and trade brokers on the frontier. The wall, in other words, was never the clean dividing line that emperors wanted it to be. It was more like a membrane, something that slowed and regulated the movement of people and goods without ever fully stopping it. Even during periods of open warfare between Chinese dynasties and northern confederations, some form of trade almost always continued, because neither side could afford to do without what the other produced. One of the more surprising aspects of the gate towns was their diversity. Merchants from dozens of different ethnic and linguistic groups gathered there. Uyghur traders, Tibetan horse dealers, Sogdian middlemen from Central Asia, and occasionally Persian or Arab merchants who had traveled the full length of the Silk Road all passed through. The gate towns needed translators, money changers, innkeepers, and cooks who could prepare food for travelers with very different dietary customs. Some of these towns grew into substantial cities that persisted for centuries, their economies entirely dependent on the flow of goods through the wall. When the political situation closed the gates, these towns withered. When trade resumed, they sprang back to life almost immediately. The wall created the border, and the border created the economy, and the economy made the wall worth maintaining even when its military purpose was debatable. You turn back now and pass through the gate again, returning to the Chinese side as the night deepens around you. The market stalls are empty in the darkness, but you can almost sense the residue of all that commerce, all those transactions conducted in a dozen languages over hundreds of years. The wall ahead climbs back up into the mountains, and the next chapter of its story is written into the stone itself, in the labor of the workers who carried every block to the top. But that story can wait for a few more minutes. For now, the gate town is quiet, and the wind carries nothing but silence. The wall climbs steeply now, and you climb with it, following a staircase of uneven stone steps that rise at an angle so sharp your legs begin to ache just imagining it. Someone carried these stones here. Every single one of them was moved into place by human hands. And understanding how that happened is one of the most remarkable parts of the wall's story. The construction techniques used on the Great Wall changed dramatically over its 2,000-year history, and each era left its own signature in the materials. The earliest walls, built during the Warring States period and the Qin dynasty, were almost entirely rammed earth. Workers set up parallel wooden frames, shoveled loose soil between them, and then pounded the earth with heavy wooden tampers until it compressed into a dense, rock-hard layer. Then they added another layer of soil on top and repeated the process, building the wall upward one compressed stratum at a time. You can still see the individual layers in surviving rammed earth sections, thin horizontal lines stacked like the pages of an enormous book laid on its side. In the western deserts, where stone and timber were scarce, builders improvised with whatever the landscape provided. Some sections were built using alternating layers of tamped earth and bundles of reeds or tamarisk branches, a technique that added tensile strength to the structure. It worked on roughly the same principle as modern rebar in concrete, flexible organic material reinforcing a rigid mineral one. These desert sections are among the oldest surviving parts of the wall, preserved by the extreme dryness of the Gobi region, where rain is rare enough to be newsworthy. The shift to brick and cut stone came much later, primarily during the Ming Dynasty, which ruled from 1368 to 1644. The Ming emperors poured extraordinary resources into rebuilding and extending the wall, and they wanted something more permanent than packed dirt. Brick kilns were established in towns near the wall, and the bricks were stamped with identifying marks that recorded which kiln produced them and sometimes which official supervised the work. This was not decorative. It was quality control. If a section of wall crumbled prematurely, the stamps allowed authorities to trace the faulty bricks back to the kiln that made them. The kiln operators could be punished, which provided a strong incentive to maintain high standards. Getting those bricks and stones to the construction site was an enormous logistical challenge, especially in the mountainous terrain near Beijing, where the wall follows the ridgelines. On gentler slopes, workers formed human chains, passing bricks and baskets of mortar from hand to hand up the hillside. On steeper sections, they loaded materials onto the backs of donkeys and goats, animals sure-footed enough to navigate narrow mountain paths that would defeat a wheeled cart. There are accounts of workers using simple rope and pulley systems to haul stone blocks up near vertical cliff faces, a method that was effective but painfully slow. One particularly creative solution involved ice. During winter, workers poured water on the mountain paths and waited for it to freeze into a smooth surface. They then slid heavy stone blocks uphill on the ice, using far less effort than would have been required on bare rock. The same technique was used to transport the massive stones for the Forbidden City in Beijing, so it was well established in Chinese engineering practice. The labor force itself was drawn from several sources, none of them voluntary. Military conscripts formed the largest group, soldiers who spent as much time building and repairing the wall as they did guarding it. Peasant corvée laborers were drafted from surrounding provinces, pulled away from their farms for months or even years of mandatory construction service. Convicted criminals were also sent to the wall, where hard labor served as both punishment and a source of free manpower for the state. The conditions for all three groups were harsh. Workers lived in temporary camps with minimal shelter, ate basic rations, and labored through extreme heat in summer and brutal cold in winter. Injury and illness were common, and medical care was rudimentary at best. The human cost of the wall became one of its defining themes in Chinese culture, a source of grief and resentment that echoed through centuries of poetry, song, and legend. The most famous of these legends is the story of Meng Jiangnu, and it is one of the best-known folk tales in all of China. According to the story, Meng Jiangnu was a young woman whose husband was conscripted to work on the wall shortly after their wedding. Months passed with no word from him, so she sewed warm clothing and set out on the long journey north to find him. When she finally reached the wall, she learned that her husband had died from exhaustion and been buried somewhere within the construction. Meng Jiangnu wept at the base of the wall for days, and her grief was so powerful that the wall itself cracked open, revealing the bones of her husband and countless other workers. The story has been told and retold for over 1,000 years, in opera, in ballads, in picture books, and in film. Its endurance reflects something real about how ordinary Chinese people understood the wall, not as a monument to imperial glory, but as a thing built on the backs and bodies of people like themselves. Whether bodies were literally buried inside the wall remains a matter of archaeological debate. Some human remains have been found near wall construction sites, but clear evidence of deliberate burial within the wall structure itself is scarce. What is not debatable is that many workers died during construction and were buried nearby in unmarked graves that have long since disappeared into the landscape. The wall beneath your feet carries that weight, whether or not the bones are literally inside it. You pause now on a section where the wall follows a ridgeline so narrow that the structure is barely wider than the walkway on top. The terrain here dictated everything about the wall's design, and the builders adapted their methods to match every type of landscape they encountered. On flat plains, the wall was built wide and tall, with broad foundations and enough room on top for 5 or 6 soldiers to walk abreast. In the mountains, it narrowed dramatically, sometimes to just a few feet wide, snaking along the spine of a ridge where there was simply no room for anything larger. At river crossings, the wall incorporated sluice gates that allowed water to flow through while still maintaining the defensive barrier above. In some locations, natural cliffs were considered sufficient and no wall was built at all, the landscape itself serving as the barrier. The builders understood that the wall did not need to be equally strong everywhere. It needed to be strong where the terrain was weak and could afford to be modest where nature had already done the work. This pragmatism extended to the watchtowers, which were spaced closer together in vulnerable lowland areas and farther apart on steep mountain sections where an attack was less likely. The entire system was a continuous negotiation between ambition and geography, between what the empire wanted and what the mountains would allow. Construction records from the Ming Dynasty suggest that a skilled work crew could complete roughly 1 to 2 meters of finished wall per day under favorable conditions. That pace sounds almost absurdly slow until you consider that each meter involved quarrying stone, transporting it uphill, mixing mortar, laying courses, and finishing the surface. At that rate, building even a single continuous kilometer of wall in difficult terrain could take a large crew more than a year. Multiply that by thousands of kilometers, and you begin to understand why the wall was never truly finished. Every dynasty that invested in the wall eventually reached the same conclusion, that maintaining and extending it consumed resources faster than any treasury could replenish them. And yet they kept building, because the alternative, an open frontier with no barrier at all, seemed even more expensive in the long run. The wind moves quietly along the ridge now, and the stones beneath you hold the memory of every hand that placed them here. Somewhere below the wall, the terrain falls away into a valley where the construction camps once stood, where workers slept on bare ground and rose before dawn to carry another load of bricks uphill. The wall does not record their names, but it records their work in every joint, every fitted stone, every careful layer of mortar mixed with sticky rice and patience. Rest your hands on the parapet and breathe the cool night air. Ahead, the wall continues its long march across the mountains, and its story is far from over. The wall stretches ahead of you along a moonlit ridge, and from up here you can see something that most photographs never capture. Off to the east, a second line of wall runs roughly parallel to the one you are standing on, separated by a valley maybe half a mile wide. These are walls built by different dynasties, centuries apart, each generation deciding that the previous wall was in the wrong place or not strong enough or simply too old to bother repairing. The history of the Great Wall is not a story of one long construction project. It is a story of building, abandoning, forgetting, and building again. After Qin Shi Huang linked the first walls together in the 3rd century BC, his dynasty collapsed in barely 15 years. The Han dynasty that followed him took a very different approach to the northern frontier. Rather than simply maintaining the Qin walls, the Han extended them dramatically westward, pushing the fortified border deep into Central Asia along the Silk Road corridor. The Han wall system eventually reached as far as the Jade Gate in modern Gansu province, more than 1,000 kilometers west of anything the Qin had built. This expansion was driven partly by military strategy and partly by trade, because controlling the western corridor meant controlling the flow of silk, jade, and horses along the most profitable trade route on Earth. But the Han also discovered what every subsequent dynasty would learn. A longer wall required more soldiers, more supplies, and more money to maintain. When the Han dynasty weakened and eventually fell in 220 AD, the wall system fragmented along with the empire. For the next several centuries, China splintered into competing kingdoms, and the walls became less a national border than a series of local fortifications maintained by whoever happened to control the territory. Some sections were actively maintained. Others were stripped for building materials or simply left to erode. The wall's fate was always a mirror of the dynasty behind it. Strong central government meant a strong wall. Weak government meant a crumbling one. Then came the moment that exposed the wall's fundamental limitation, and it arrived on horseback. In the early 13th century, Genghis Khan unified the Mongol tribes and turned his attention south toward China. The wall at that time was maintained by the Jin dynasty, which controlled northern China, and on paper it should have presented a serious obstacle. It did not. The Mongol armies found gaps, bribed or intimidated local commanders into opening gates, and in some cases simply rode around the wall's western endpoint into undefended territory. The wall was designed to stop raiding parties, not a full-scale invasion led by one of the most effective military commanders in human history. By 1279, the Mongols under Kublai Khan had conquered all of China and established the Yuan dynasty. And here is where the story takes an ironic turn. The Mongol rulers had no use for the wall at all. The wall had been built to keep the northern nomads out, and now the northern nomads were running the country. Maintaining a border fortification against your own people made no strategic sense, so the Yuan dynasty let the wall decay for nearly a century. It was as if the wall simply ceased to exist as a functioning structure, reduced to a long line of crumbling earthwork and abandoned towers stretching across mountains that no one was guarding. The wall's resurrection came with the Ming dynasty, which drove the Mongols back to the steppe in 1368 and immediately recognized that the threat had not disappeared, only retreated. The Ming emperors launched the most ambitious wall-building campaign in history, and the structure they created is essentially the Great Wall that the world recognizes today. They replaced the old rammed earth with brick and cut stone. They standardized tower designs and spacing. They widened the walkway on top to allow rapid troop movement along the wall itself. The Ming Wall incorporated drainage systems to channel rainwater away from the structure, a practical detail that dramatically extended its lifespan. They also added crenellations, the notched parapets along the top that allowed defenders to shelter behind the wall while firing arrows or dropping stones on attackers below. The engineering was sophisticated, but the Ming builders also understood that the wall alone was not enough. They developed a defense-in-depth system with multiple lines of walls, forward observation posts beyond the main wall, and garrison towns positioned to provide rapid reinforcement. The most heavily fortified sections were concentrated around the passes leading to Beijing, because the Ming capital was dangerously close to the northern frontier. One of those passes, Juyong Pass, was fortified so heavily that it became essentially an enclosed valley with walls running along both ridgelines and a fortified road running through the center. An attacking army that entered the pass would find itself trapped in a stone corridor with defenders firing down from both sides, a kill zone designed with cold precision. But even the Ming Wall was not invulnerable, and the dynasty's end proved it in the most dramatic way possible. In 1644, a rebel army under Li Zicheng captured Beijing, and the last Ming emperor hanged himself in the imperial garden. A Ming general named Wu Sangui was stationed at Shanhai Pass, the critical eastern gateway where the wall meets the sea. Faced with the rebel army now controlling the capital, Wu Sangui made a decision that changed Chinese history. He opened the gate and invited the Manchu armies from the north to enter China and help him fight the rebels. The Manchus came through the wall, defeated the rebels, and then simply kept going. They conquered all of China and established the Qing dynasty, which would rule for nearly 3 centuries. The wall had not been breached by force. It had been opened from the inside by a man who decided the enemy beyond the wall was preferable to the enemy behind it. Like the Mongols before them, the Manchu Qing dynasty had little interest in maintaining the wall. Their empire eventually expanded far beyond it, incorporating Mongolia and other northern territories, which made the wall an internal feature rather than a border. For the second time in its history, the wall was effectively retired, left to the weather and to the local villagers who found more practical uses for its materials. The pattern is striking when you step back and look at it. The wall was built by dynasties that feared the north, abandoned by dynasties that came from the north, and rebuilt by dynasties that feared the north again. Its rises and falls track the political anxieties of whoever controlled the Chinese heartland. a stone seismograph recording centuries of imperial insecurity. You stand on the wall now and feel the weight of all those cycles beneath your feet. Construction and collapse and construction again. The stones are quiet, but they hold the memory of every dynasty that decided this wall was worth building, and every dynasty that decided it was not. The night is deeper now, and the stars have shifted overhead. The wall ahead is darker, less maintained, and the next stretch of its story moves into the long centuries of neglect that nearly erased it from the landscape entirely. But that is a story for the next chapter. For now, let the silence settle around you and rest. The wall beneath your feet changes here. The paving stones are cracked and uneven, and in places they have disappeared entirely, replaced by hard-packed earth and tufts of dry grass growing through the gaps. You are walking along a section of wall that no tourist bus has ever visited, far from the restored staircases and souvenir stalls near Beijing. Out here, the wall is slowly returning to the landscape that produced it, and the story of how that happened is quieter than the story of how it was built, but no less interesting. When the Qing dynasty absorbed Mongolia into its empire in the 17th and 18th centuries, the wall lost its strategic purpose almost entirely. The frontier it once guarded was now deep inside imperial territory, and the government saw no reason to spend money maintaining a fortification that defended against a threat that no longer existed. The garrisons were withdrawn, the beacon towers went dark, the supply lines dried up, and the wall entered a long silence that would last for centuries. What happened next was not dramatic. It was the slow, patient work of ordinary people solving ordinary problems. Villagers living near the wall looked at its bricks and saw building material, already cut, already fired, already conveniently stacked in long, accessible rows. They took the bricks home and used them to build houses, pig pens, boundary walls for their fields, and floors for their courting yards. It was not vandalism in any deliberate sense. It was practicality. The wall was abandoned. The bricks were right there, and a farmer needed a new wall around his vegetable garden. Over generations, entire sections of the wall were dismantled brick by brick, absorbed into the villages that surrounded it. In some communities, you can still find Great Wall bricks built into farmhouse walls and garden paths, the imperial stamps still faintly visible on their surfaces. The same bricks that were once stamped for quality control by Ming Dynasty officials now hold up a shelf in someone's kitchen. The 20th century brought new kinds of damage. During the political upheavals of the early republic, warlords quarried wall stone for road construction and railway beds. Sections of wall were dynamited to make way for highways, and the rubble was graded flat and paved over, the wall literally becoming the road that replaced it. During the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s and 1970s, the wall received no special protection. The political atmosphere of that era viewed ancient monuments with suspicion as relics of a feudal past that the revolution was supposed to leave behind. Communities were encouraged to repurpose wall materials for productive construction, and many did. Building homes, irrigation channels, and even dam foundations from dismantled wall sections. There is a well-known story, though difficult to verify precisely, that Mao Zedong himself once suggested that the wall's bricks would be better used in new construction than left standing as a monument to imperial oppression. Whether or not those exact words were spoken, the sentiment was widely shared, and the wall continued to shrink. By the time preservation efforts began in earnest in the 1980s, the damage was extensive. A comprehensive survey conducted by China's State Administration of Cultural Heritage found that less than 10% of the Ming Dynasty wall remained in good condition. Roughly 30% had deteriorated significantly, and large stretches had vanished completely, reduced to low mounds of earth that blended into the surrounding terrain. In the western deserts, ancient rammed earth sections were being eroded by sandstorms at a measurable rate, losing centimeters of material with each passing decade. Researchers estimated that some of these sections could disappear within a generation if nothing was done. The shift in attitude toward preservation came gradually, driven partly by growing national pride and partly by the realization that the wall had significant economic potential as a tourist destination. The Chinese government designated the wall as a protected national monument and began imposing penalties for removing bricks or damaging the structure. Restoration projects were launched at the most iconic sections, particularly Badaling, Mutianyu, and Jinshanling near Beijing, which became the photogenic faces of the wall that the world would come to recognize. But restoration itself raised difficult questions that preservationists continue to debate. Some restored sections were rebuilt so thoroughly that they looked almost new, with fresh bricks, smooth mortar, and uniform surfaces that bore little resemblance to anything historically authentic. Critics described these restorations as theme park versions of the wall, more useful for tourist selfies than for historical understanding. Others argued that without aggressive restoration, the wall would simply continue to crumble until there was nothing left to argue about. The tension between preservation and restoration is not unique to the Great Wall, but the wall's sheer scale makes the problem almost impossibly large. You cannot restore 21,000 kilometers of anything, so choices must be made about which sections to save, which to stabilize, and which to let go. Tourism has brought its own complications. The most popular sections near Beijing receive millions of visitors each year, and the foot traffic itself wears down the very stones that the restoration was meant to protect. Visitors carve their names into bricks, a modern echo of the garrison soldiers who scratched graffiti into their watchtower walls, though with considerably less historical justification. Vendors have set up permanent stalls along the most visited stretches, selling souvenirs, bottled water, and T-shirts that say, "I climbed the Great Wall," turning sections of the ancient frontier into an open-air shopping mall. Meanwhile, the remote and unrestored sections tell a very different story. Hundreds of kilometers from the nearest tourist facility, the wild wall crumbles in silence. Trees grow through the watchtowers, their roots slowly prying apart the stonework. Bushes colonize the walkway, and the parapets have collapsed into piles of rubble that look more like a hiking trail than a fortification. Some adventurous hikers seek out these wild sections specifically, preferring the raw, unmediated experience of walking a ruin that no one has repaired or sanitized. They describe a different kind of beauty out here, the beauty of something enormous in the process of returning to the earth. that made it. Small conservation organizations have sprung up around some of these remote sections, staffed by local volunteers who clear vegetation, stabilize loose stonework, and document the wall's condition year by year. Their work is unglamorous and largely invisible, a quiet effort to slow the wall's decline without pretending that it can be reversed entirely. The wall, after all, was never meant to last forever. It was built to serve a purpose, and when that purpose ended, its materials naturally returned to circulation. You walk slowly now along the crumbling parapet, stepping carefully where the stones have shifted underfoot. The darkness around you feels wider here, less contained, as if the wall itself is loosening its grip on the landscape and letting the mountains reclaim their original shape. A watchtower stands ahead, its roof long gone, its interior open to the stars. Grass grows across the floor where soldiers once slept and cooked and waited. The tower does not look sad exactly. It looks peaceful, like something that has finally been allowed to stop working. You step inside and lean against the wall, feeling the cool stone through your clothing. The night is very quiet here, and the next chapter is the last one. It will not ask you to learn anything more. It will only ask you to rest. You are still inside the watchtower, leaning against the cool stone, and the night has reached its deepest and most quiet hour. The sky above the open roof is filled with stars, more than you can count, scattered across the darkness like something spilled that no one has cleaned up. The wall extends in both directions from this tower, disappearing into the mountains to the east and the west, and you have walked a long way tonight. You have learned things about this wall that most people never discover, and now those facts are settling into your mind the way sediment settles in still water, gently, without effort. The mortar mixed with sticky rice, the signal fires fueled by wolf dung, the emperor preserved in secret behind carts of salted fish. They are all part of this wall now, folded into the stone along with everything else. You step outside the tower and back onto the walkway, and the air is noticeably cooler than it was when you began. The wind has dropped to almost nothing, just a faint movement against your skin, carrying the dry scent of mountain grass and old stone. The wall follows the ridgeline ahead in a long, gentle curve, and the moonlight catches the top of the parapet in a pale silver line that traces the contour of the mountains. You walk slowly now, and there is no hurry at all. Somewhere far below you, in the valley to the south, a village is sleeping. Its lights have been out for hours, and the people there live in houses whose foundations may contain a few bricks carried down from this very wall. The bricks do not mind. They have been walls before, and they are walls again, just lower and warmer ones. 2,000 years of construction and repair and neglect and rebuilding have left the Great Wall in a state that no single word quite describes. It is not a ruin because too much of it still stands. It is not a monument because no one is maintaining most of it. It is something in between, a structure that has outlived every purpose it was ever given and continues to exist simply because stone is patient and mountains are slow. The parapet beside you is worn smooth by centuries of weather, and your hand moves along it easily as you walk. In a few places, you can feel shallow grooves cut into the stone, the remnants of graffiti left by garrison soldiers who stood watch here hundreds of years ago. You cannot read the characters in the dark, but your fingers trace the shapes, and there is something quietly extraordinary about touching a mark left by a human hand so long ago. That soldier watched these same mountains. He felt this same stone under his hand, still warm from the afternoon sun or cold from the night air. He probably thought about home, about food, about whether his replacement would arrive on time. The concerns of daily life do not change much across centuries. Only the walls and the clothing are different. You pass another tower, this one in better condition, its walls still standing to their full height, and the doorway frames a rectangle of stars. The architects who designed these towers understood something about proportion and placement that went beyond military function. They set them at the points where the wall changed direction or crested a ridge, so that each tower commanded the widest possible view of the surrounding landscape. Standing in the doorway of one of these towers at night, the view is so open and so still that the boundary between the land and the sky begins to soften. The mountains become dark shapes without edges, and the stars reflect faintly off the stone, and everything blurs into a single quiet field of blue and black and silver. You walk on, and your footsteps are the only sound. The paving stones are uneven but familiar now, and your body has adjusted to their rhythm, stepping over the raised ones, avoiding the gaps where the mortar has crumbled away. It is the kind of walking that requires no thought, just a steady forward movement that matches the pace of your breathing. The wall rises slightly and then levels out along a broad section of ridge where the walkway widens and the parapets on both sides are low enough to see over without effort. To the north, the grasslands of the steppe stretch out in the darkness, vast and flat and impossibly quiet. To the south, the farmland descends in terraces toward the valley floor, and the faint shapes of trees line the edges of fields that have been cultivated for longer than the wall has stood. You are standing on the line between two worlds, just as this wall has always been a line between two worlds, and in the dark, the distinction feels less like a border and more like a seam. Not a division, but a joining. The place where the steppe and the farmland are stitched together by stone. The tea that went north and the horses that came south. The merchants and the soldiers and the farmers and the nomads, all meeting at this narrow line of rock running across the mountains. The wall was always more connection than separation, even when the people who built it intended the opposite. Your pace slows. The stones are cool and smooth beneath your feet, and the air sits gently against your skin. Ahead, the wall descends into a shallow saddle between two hills, and the path curves so gradually that you feel as if the wall itself is guiding you somewhere specific. There is a wide, flat section of parapet where the stone forms something almost like a bench, and you sit down. The stone holds the last faint trace of warmth from the day's sun, and it supports your weight the way it has supported the weight of everything that has ever passed along this wall. Soldiers and merchants and laborers and emperors and goats carrying bricks and donkeys carrying grain and millions of footsteps over hundreds of years, all held up by this patient, quiet structure. You lean back and look up at the sky, and the stars are so dense and so still that they seem closer than they should be, as if the altitude has brought you nearer to them. The wall stretches away in both directions, east and west, toward oceans you cannot see, and the mountains hold it in place the way cupped hands hold water. Everything is very still now. The wind has stopped entirely, and the silence is the kind that feels less like an absence of sound and more like a presence of something else. The wall does not need you to remember its history tonight. It does not need you to remember anything at all. It has held its own memory for more than 2,000 years, in the layers of rammed earth and the kiln-stamped bricks and the sticky rice mortar that holds tighter than anything modern science has improved upon. It will go on holding that memory long after tonight, long after this walk, long after the stars above you have shifted into a different arrangement. You can let go of all of it now. The facts, the stories, the names and dates and distances. They will be here when you come back. The wall is not going anywhere. Your eyes are heavy and the stone beneath you is steady, and the night is as quiet as a night has ever been. Let the mountains hold the wall. Let the wall hold you, and let the darkness carry you gently into sleep. This has been Kaito. Thank you for traveling across time and sharing this long journey to the east with me tonight. Our stories end here, but your dreams are just beginning. Sleep well. Good night.